Hello. How is everyone? Elevator music, yes. Nice, thank you. Yeah, no, honestly, I mean, kind of went for like a 19... Well, not necessarily straight up 1920s because I know those are a bunch of liquor bottles on the bar there. We like to claim they're full of water. Because clearly that's what they're full of. But yeah, no, we're going for like a vaguely 1920s or like kind of, not necessarily like diesel punk, but that kind of vibe with the bar. So figured jazz would be pretty fitting. But anyway, so to get rid of the jazz, we're going to get this party started as I turn the volume of the game back on. Because for whatever reason, it doesn't like muting through my mixer. I never figured out why. Because no matter where I put it on the mixer, it's just like, nah, no. That application, I refuse to control it. And I'm like, okay. But anyway, we're going in to part 2 of what is probably the most bizarre case I've ever encountered. Now, granted, it is like the finale of like the trilogy and of course its own game, so I'm not surprised this one is big and just strange. So this is Dahlia. She's finally, you know, admitted. Let's see. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded. Okay, so what was her full testimony? The whole plan began with my death, a stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fey would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. Do you understand why I would kill Maya Fey now? What my goal was? Well, her goal is revenge from the sounds of it. Yeah, because we actually previewed that. Obviously, it's because you were helping Morgan. It's like, well, yes, don't make me laugh. But from the day I was born to the day I died, I never helped anyone. I lived for myself, and in the end, I died for myself. I thought that was obvious. So she wasn't actually cooperating with Morgan. She was just using Morgan and her plan so she could accomplish her own goal. My theory is her motive is Mia. But since she was dead, she tried to kill Maya. Well, the thing is, though, is that Mia willingly gave up her claim to the title of master, right? So killing Mia would not have actually done anything because Mia was not actually going to become the master. She would have had to get rid of Maya regardless, one way or another. But it kind of went sideways, I think, when they realized Misty was still alive. So you'd have to get rid of Dahlia's personal motive. Yeah, but Dahlia's personal motive has no reason to kill Mia. Like, the only... Well, no, I guess maybe revenge, but... Actually, no, you're right. Because Mia is the one who put Dahlia away and, you know, got her sent. What if Dahlia just wants a body? That would be frightening. But no. All I wanted to do was kill Maya. That was the only way I could think of to get revenge. Revenge. It's the only way to understand this plan and what she was after as well. Let's see, the whole plan began with my death. So, let's see, because Mia was already dead and that's what she means most likely, yeah. Well, yeah, because I was gonna say, like, if she's out for revenge, it's because, well, why? For being, you know... Well, no, we need to think about this. So Dahlia fakes... Well, also, we need to think of who she's getting revenge on, right? Because she called Iris a backstabber. And Iris has also admitted to flaking on Dahlia during the fake kidnapping. Because she was supposed to help. That's why they were up on Eagle Mountain for the exchange anyway. Right? So who is she getting revenge on? If she's getting revenge on Mia for, you know, or she wants to try and kill Armadillo again. Maybe. I started bowling recently, and I gotta say I missed it. You were probably expecting me to say something like it's definitely up my alley, but I did break their TVs. So I couldn't pin the blame on anyone. Hi, Goob. Oh my god, Meatball. My god. Also, I actually do like bowling too. I'm not very good at it. Like, my average is like an 80. But it was good enough to get me into a tournament, so. Now, granted, the next person above me who was actually invited couldn't go. And that's why I was invited, but still. The fact that I was actually high enough to warrant it, that was actually kind of cool. Let's see. I prefer Wii bowling. Fair. Fair enough, honestly. It does feel a little more like RNG than actual bowling, though, because actual bowling you can control surprisingly well. Wii bowling, not so much. So, anyway, to go back to this. Her motive is revenge, right? But who is she getting revenge on? So, if Morgan Fay's plan was to channel Dahlia, well, get someone to channel Dahlia, kill Maya, blame Iris, right? Dahlia would perfectly go along with that if she's looking to get revenge on Iris for abandoning her during the fake kidnapping, right? Because, again, Dahlia calls her a backstabber. Iris even admits to the betrayal. She's asking why she would kill Maya? Because it would allow her to get revenge on Iris very easily. Because Iris was supposed to be the fall guy anyway. Iris was supposed to, you know, take the fall for Dahlia, right? Very easy. Dahlia doesn't have to do a thing. But the problem is that that also works if she's trying to get revenge on Mia via Maya. But why would she when Mia's not even around to suffer for it, right? Like, what's the point of getting your revenge if the person you're you know, trying to take it out on is already dead and gone? Iris had no connection to Maya until they met, though. Well, no. Iris does have connections to Maya. Iris and Maya are cousins. She doesn't care about Maya. Morgan cares about Maya, but Dahlia and Morgan need each other's help to get revenge. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think this is targeted at Maya. I don't think this is revenge on Mia for putting her in prison and getting her executed. No, I think this is more on Iris. Just because there's a whole lot more weight. Plus, you know, what better way of getting revenge on someone for slighting you than, you know, getting them, you know, found guilty of a murder they didn't commit. And landing them either in prison for the rest of their lives or getting them murdered by the state. So it's like, I'm more inclined to think, yeah, Morgan cares about Maya and was willing to sacrifice a daughter to get it. Well, technically willing to sacrifice two, but Dahlia was already dead, so it doesn't really matter. So, but yeah, no. Maya, Iris, and Dahlia are cousins. Because Dahlia and Iris are the twin older sisters of Pearl. Go figure. But yeah, so let's see. Yeah, the plan winds up going wrong because they wind up killing Misty Faye instead. which then actually transfers the title to Maya, but with Maya trapped in the cavern, seemingly with no way to stay warm, you know, it's looking like she's going to be a popsicle, and it winds up working out anyway. But I'm inclined to think that it wasn't about Maya. I don't think it was about Mia either. I think it was about Iris. At least for Dahlia. Where is... Mia sent her to death, though? Yeah. But, like, the thing is, though, is that Mia was a very small drop in the bucket compared to what Iris did, right? Because Iris, according to Iris, the reason why the fake kidnapping was to take place on Eagle Mountain was because she was already up there. So she was supposed to be there to help Dahlia and Falls and what is her name? The other sister. Valerie? Do you remember her breakdown from Turnabout Memories? Not especially. Not especially. But that might be part of it. But the thing is here, though, right, is that from the context of just this game, which is what it's probably going to be using more than the other, unless Turnabout Memories was, like, you know, one of the previous cases. But no, I'm inclined to think that this is, let's see. No, there's something... Yeah, I think we just need to push these again. You were executed last month, correct? Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant. How did you manage to discuss the plan? She said she would get revenge on Mia. I guess? But, like... What's the... Wait, is the judge just okay with a dead person being back? Yeah. Honestly, the one who has the most issue with it is Godot. Godot's the one who, like, has taken the most exception with this. Understandably, but, like, it's his witness still. So, like, whatever. Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her. And he isn't objecting to this at all. Nope. I see, so that's when you discussed the plan. Are you crazy? At first that woman was planning to kill me as well, even though I'm her own daughter. I'll make Pearl the master of Corinne. She's a cold-twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister Misty took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan. Let's see. You're talking about Pearl Faye, is that correct? Yes, though at first she had high hopes for the two of us, you and your twin sister Iris. That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. Oh no, she wanted Iris. No, she wants revenge on Iris, or at least some sort of, like, she has no qualms tossing Iris under the bus. Considering Iris betrayed her during the fake... Oh. Morgan? Oh, absolutely. No. That's precisely why she was the planned scapegoat. This is all Morgan's plan. All Dahlia did was go like, yeah, this is fine. Because this accomplishes what I want to do too. So, no. Morgan knew that Iris was probably going to wind up in prison or dead. And did not care. Because that is the only use for her powerless daughters. That's why we were abandoned by her along with our father. The only person I ever really cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple. You mean Iris? Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general. How horrible. The really horrible one was that woman, that bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fay. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power, unfortunately for her. Morgan Fay heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family. But for it to work, Maya Fay would have to die. Maya would have to die, but why? For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master, the remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of. With Mia already dead, and Maya the only one left, well, but Pearl would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya. How sad, you still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master, that's all. That's ridiculous. She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter, and naturally the life of Maya Fay as well. How can anyone do that? Yeah, so the idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. You? You were going to kill Maya? Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was to follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead and there's nothing any of you can do to me. So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin, on Sister Iris of Hasakura Temple. She and I look absolutely identical, no one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think that it was Iris and that had done it. And the witness in this case was the head nun Sister Bikini. I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hasakura Temple that night, but she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway. But why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she? Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. Yeah, she's nothing but a backstabber. You just don't understand, you never will. Anyway. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway, because they're going to claim that Maya's dead. You heard me, just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fay is dead. Now the title of the master will pass on to Pearl. That's absurd. Maya is she's just trapped inside the sacred cavern. Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you, my darling Feeny? Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. You're simply... naivete. There we go. And your pathetic faith in other people. Obviously, it's because you were helping Morgan Fay. Helping! Don't make me laugh. From the day I was born to the day I died, I never helped anyone. I lived for myself. Revenge! It looks like I have no choice but to present that piece of evidence. I can't believe it. She meant to kill Maya. Okay, so there's a piece of evidence. Okay, so there's a piece of evidence here that should get us... Wow, it'd be nice if I didn't hit, like, the same thing. I think they meant profile. Well, yeah, I mean, they're all evidence, is the thing. So I'm just gonna, like, look through all of it. That's the temple map, the hanging scroll, picture, photo of Elise. Oh, what is her book? Oh, the magic bottle, that's right. It's that one book that she kept carrying around. Let's see, worn by Elise. Yeah, what I'm thinking... Since I only have one. So what I'm thinking is we present... I guess we can present Mia here. I'm sticking with my theory that Mia was her reason. Yeah, we can start with Mia. Worst case scenario, we reload it and then go to Iris. Although I do wonder who on earth is currently channeling Dahlia. Because it's someone with the correct color hair for Iris. But there's not that many people who are actually that color. Although we don't know what Bikini's hair looks like, to be fair. And she has more or less the right eye color. So. Only Maya? No, well, again, it's Gumshoe. Gumshoe's clearly doing it. Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself? As I said, none of you have the power to punish me because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem you see. Oh, that's right. You can't punish the dead and you can't take revenge against them either. You wanted to take revenge on someone? I was sentenced to die because of that woman. Mia Fey. I somehow knew this was it. I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up. And the reason it was impossible? Was it perhaps because Mia Fey had already died? Yes, and I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead. And how do you do that? Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. See, the only way this is Maya is, no, like, if Dahlia wants to kill Maya, Maya can't be the one channeling her. It, like, logistically does not work. Well, I mean, technically speaking, it does, but that would certainly be a method. But you wouldn't, I don't think, be able to blame it on Iris. That was the reason I helped out with that woman's plans. Just for that? For that you would kill Maya? Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fey. Revenge! As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Amazing. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless. Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you there's not a thing you can do to me. That night, at about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon warding hood. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple. Oh, it was Elise who channeled her. Then what happened? That ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. She left Maya at the inner temple and wobbled back, clutching her poor old back. What did you do then? That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... So then you're saying you stabbed Maya? It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. What does that mean, no clear memory? I don't know. I think I was stabbed? You were stabbed? At the last minute, Maya Fey must have stabbed me, I'm sure of it. That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a french fry with a plastic fork. Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness, but before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I had hoped it would cast suspicion on her. I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end. That's where my memory temporarily stops. It stops? I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own two hands. My very last memory was Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness. You were in the sacred cavern? The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow I had been trapped in there. But how did you wind up in there? I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead. And I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself. Poor ghost, you're one tough cookie. I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out. The trick lock stopped you, huh? I didn't know how to remove it. So then you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside the sacred cavern? Yes, I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible. But it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it. Interrupted? It was early in the morning when someone came into the training hall. What? Who? Could it have been Maya? I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see. Why not? If someone had stopped me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well at the back of the sacred cavern. That morning, only 2 people could have gone into that training hall. Maya and Pearl. Pearl went there to cover the hanging scroll in gravy. Still, I finally managed to remove the lock, but I was too late. What do you mean by that? The flies had already started to gather. The bridge had been fixed and the police had started their investigation, correct? Naturally, I couldn't go out. So instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up. Lady Luck? After that big earthquake, she showed up all by herself. The real Iris? She said she had come up to make sure the sacred cavern was all right. Stupid girl. I came out from the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place. I had finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded. What do you mean your plan had succeeded? I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I had assumed that it was Pearl Faye. Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written in the instructions. But I was wrong. The person that had actually called my spirit back was Misty Faye, the picture book author. What? Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. Maya Faye, I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit. And that is matricide, the sin of killing her own mother. Ugh. No way. Wait, so she was looking at Maya and then she got stabbed in the back. Yeah, there's problems with this all over the place. Order, order, order. What is the meaning of this? It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Faye. But even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Faye's life was none other than your darling little Maya. Ridiculous. That's nonsense. Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there? What? What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence? The fact that Maya Faye has disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it? Huh? The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple, that much is obvious. In that case, there is only one place she could be. Where? Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of the Eagle River, where else? Eagle River? Maya Faye killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? Yeah, that's why she threw herself into the Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever. No, all of that, no, like, none of that actually, like, tracks. Like, it sounds good, it sounds plausible, but, like, there's details that aren't right with that. So what do you have to say now, Feeny? Ooh, there was a rock shelf, if I remember correctly. Yeah, one side has a rock shelf. Oops. Sorry, that's my phone. Of course that's his. What kind of ringtone is that? Get out here. Okay, thanks. Was it something important? Hello, I've got your insurance. Like, they just finished removing the locks from the sacred cavern. That's great. What about Maya? There was a woman in the cave. Was it Maya Fey? It was the accused, Sister Iris. Uh-huh. Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that. So what about Maya? Where is she? There was no one else found inside the sacred cavern? Oh, it can't be. Wait. Dahlia. Wait. Wait a minute. No. So, Maya and Misty, you know, meet in the garden, right? Somehow, Misty gets stabbed. If the rock shelf is on the inner temple side, then Maya isn't dead. No, she is dead. No. That rock shelf, if you fell on that rock shelf, you'd die. Just straight up. Like, you would die. Like, your best bet of surviving is hitting the water. Like, if you're going to survive that fall, it has to be into the water. Because that rock shelf would kill you. Then why isn't her body in the photo? Because, how much you want to bet this? Dahlia needs someone to channel her, and the only person that can do that is missing is Maya. Also, consider Dahlia has an unusual gap in her memory, right? It ends right around when she gets stabbed in the garden. And then when she starts remembering things again, she's stuck in the cavern. Who was in the cavern? Maya. Why Maya is just letting Dahlia kind of run loose? Hard to say. Could either be on purpose or, you know, she lost control. She has minimal control over Dahlia. But either way, I have a feeling this is Maya. Which is mind-boggling and kind of weird. But it would have gotten her out of the cavern. I said Maya was channeling her this whole time. I mean, it could... Well, that's... The only reason I'm willing to entertain it now is because we have confirmation that she's not in the cavern. Like, up until now, we've... Like, having the cavern as a plausibility made it hard to say that that this is actually her. And even then, you know, technically speaking, this doesn't necessarily have to be her, Maya. But there's not really much of anyone else. This could still technically be Bikini. The odds are a lot slimmer now, but technically speaking. I told you, didn't I? She's dead. No. No! Poor Nick. Poor Nick. It seems that this case has come to an end, a tragic end. Sadly, it appears the killer of Elise Dunham, also known as Misty Fey, was her own daughter, Maya Fey. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Fey jumped to her death into the raging waters of the Eagle River. Can't be. No. Ha! Godot. Oh, what does he know? I need to know what he knows. Come on, sir. Trite. Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. No matter how improbable it may seem. What is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godot? I like how Godot's just breaking out the Sherlock Holmes. Let's go, sir. What do you got? According to this witness, Maya Fey threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden, which means if Maya had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from the inner temple side near the bridge. That's right, that's where she jumped from. But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there, I'm assuming because of the rock ledge. Yeah, you can't jump in the river because of the rock shelf as proven by the photo. Yep. And that rock shelf would just mangle your body and you'd never make it to the water. Don't get your panties all twisted up, Trite. Just relax and think through the whole thing again. So it's impossible? Maya couldn't have thrown herself into Eagle River? I mean, she could have, just not from there. Well, Mr. Wright, Ms. Hawthorne claims Miss Faye threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Bam.
Take that!
It's possible to jump into Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than this witness. What did you say? 11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf. Oh, you're right. She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we should be able to see her body in this photo. Ah! So you finally figured it out. You. No! Got her. Order. You're playing with me. Maya Faye's body is at the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding. Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Yeah, it's just a few minutes ago. Maya Faye wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We now know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River, correct? That eliminates all the most likely possibilities. Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be. What? What is this one possibility you are talking about? That's obviously a bluff. So where is her dead body then? Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. Normally, the living have no way to punish the dead. But I think there is a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya is this very instant? Maya Faye. There's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here in this very courtroom. What? Maya Faye is here? You say she's here in my courtroom? Dahlia Hawthorne. I seem to recall that you said I had misunderstood one thing, you see. So what? I think there's one more thing you misunderstood. What do you mean? Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne? Why, that's obvious. It's Pearl Faye, that pathetic little sniveling runt. You're wrong. Pearl tried, but she couldn't do it. I've never... And yeah, this is the first time she's ever failed. Because someone else was already doing it. Someone called me before Pearl did, but who? Pearl even tried again on the day after the crime, but she couldn't do it. What can that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now, am I correct? It wasn't Pearl that channeled you. There was someone who called you before she could.
Take that!
This is an easy one. Pearl couldn't do it, and Misty Faye is gone. There's only one possibility left. Come on already, I can't stand the tension. Dahlia Hawthorne, the person channeling you right now must be Maya Faye. What? But how could that be? Remember what this witness Dahlia Hawthorne said about her goal? She said that her goal was to kill Maya Faye. Yeah, that's right. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her... Well, Gramps, what would happen? Could it be? It looks like you finally understood, Your Honor. Well, I don't. What are you going on about? What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. And there's only one reason. To protect herself from you. To protect herself from me? Yes. On the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Faye. The path back to Hazakura Temple was closed off and there was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem becomes, where would be the safest place to hide? Ah. Ah. You mean that's when she channeled me? All this time you thought you had been channeled by Pearl. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you. No. No. Don't say that. You're saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp? Okay, that's a great look. Maya fake killed herself, isn't it obvious?
Objection!
Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. This was the only avenue to escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple. I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that who has never been out in the real world, she could never have come up with a plan like that. Who could have ever given her such a brilliant idea? Pearl is eating rotten potatoes with Larry, yeah. Well, me, of course. Mia! Wait, who's channeling Mia? Is Pearl here? Mia Fey. Oh, I guess Pearl is here. Wait, when did Pearl get here? Oh no, Pearl was in the lobby, that's right. I'm like, when did Pearl get here? It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Akito's just like, bro, what? So it's true, it was you. Yes. Here's something else. But what are you doing here? That hair it's Pearl, right? Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night one more time. You had just cornered Maya in the inner temple's garden. And then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya Fey. Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you. She did? Not terribly surprising since she was about to be killed. Someone make sure the court building has nets. Yeah. When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help, so she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do. Lord. She did that? I can't believe it. Of course, I didn't have all the details. But one thing was perfectly clear, and that was... I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived. So it was Maya who put that lock on there. Yes, but why did you order her to do those 2 things? If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Fey. Pearl? Yes, Pearl didn't properly understand the plan, so all she was trying to do was follow her mother, Morgan Fey's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly. So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Fey to kill Maya at all costs. Yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along. How dare you? I won't forget this. Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? What do you mean by another? Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure. What? How dare you? 11 years ago. The fake kidnapping. Your very first crime. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but... After Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed. Shut your mouth, that wasn't my fault. It was because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman. And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but You wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny. You wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face. And now this. You've messed up again. You let Maya Fey escape, even though she was right there in front of you. Oh, she big mad. You called me a spinster. I was supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would. And if only you had gotten this spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict, I wouldn't have been hanged to death. True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You'll never defeat me. What? What did you say? Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all of eternity. I remember what she said earlier in the trial. This was her turnabout memories breakdown remade. Ah. You said there was no way we could punish you because you were already dead. What about it? Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. That's very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne, a miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there is no escape from that. No hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched down in front of you has burnt to a crisp. Oh, she's big mad. You're wrong. It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you? It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. Oh, that was sick. Oh, that's actually, like, super sick. I'm not ready. Not ready to go. Good lord. She's going Super Saiyan! Clearly! Oh, lord. That is a vengeful spirit if I've ever seen one. Nick, Sis, and Zonked. Now then, I assume you are the real Iris? Yes, I was just rescued from the sacred cavern. I must say, you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Godot, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne? If you ask me, Your Honor, it looks like she went back to the hell she came from. It seems that Misty Faye wasn't the only victim of this crime. Yes, Stretch, that's how identical twins work. Well, sometimes identical twins aren't, like, perfectly identical. Sometimes they've got very small differences. But, yeah, no. Like, yes, that is how they work. This judge is only mildly better than his brother. Maya Fey, as well as the young Pearl Fey, were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan. Yes, Your Honor. The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again. The judge couldn't tell the fake Phoenix from the real one. I know. But, like, the Canadian one is somehow worse. Your Honor? Yes, what is it? About this whole spirit medium thing. It's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now. Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the crane channeling technique. This man, the New Year's issue of Occults. I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench, and in all that time, I've finally learned this one thing. Each case is different and takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. I stayed up all night watching Chasing Bigfoot. Yes, and that's where my brother and I used to differ. Never thought of it that way. You trying to get with Bikini? Yes, confirmed. At any rate, it's time to pass judgment in the case of Iris of Hezekura Temple.
Objection!
No, good. Godot, I swear to God. Are you still trying to get her tried as an accomplice? Oh my God, this man. You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor. What do you mean by that, Mr. Godot? This trial isn't over yet, that's what he means. What? Trite. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony? Huh? Dahlia's testimony? Oh no, he's gonna try to get her tried as an accomplice! Oh yeah, who killed Misty? Oh, that's right. Lord, I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Oh no. Oh yeah, we still don't know who killed Misty because it couldn't have been Dahlia. No! Absolutely not! Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone. Yes, that's right. The person that was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. At least in him, no, Misty Faye. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it. This isn't over? Oh, man, we can always wish. Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. We can't let her walk until there is evidence that proves her innocence. No way. But this court isn't prepared for any further testimony. The prosecution is ready to color final witness. Final? What? This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye. Okay. Is it really alright, Mr. Prosecutor? Of course it's alright, Madam Attorney. Very well then. Who's this final witness? Isn't it obvious? There's one person who saw the whole event and will put the final dagger in this case. Someone who saw the murder take place? Oh, yeah. It might be Maya. Yep. The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes. Maya, you. You mean Maya? You can't, she can't testify after what she's just been through. We need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Faye to the stand. I feel so bad for her. Very well. But first we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Faye to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial. Hey Trey, I've got something to say to you, so listen up. What is it? I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to just squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you. You've got some nerve. But that's not going to happen this time. This time you're gonna have to do this by yourself. That's enough. This court is now in recess. Oh, she looks so sad. I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me, but I was missing all day and we didn't even have a chance to talk. Aw. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places, and Iris was inside the sacred cavern. I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on. Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you. Why did you help your sister out as much as you did? Huh? If you had tried to get help at the sacred cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there. My sister... I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by her mother and never got any love from her father either. Yes, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it? Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini who was like a mother to me. If only Dahlia had come with me to Hezekura Temple. I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her. Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago? Yes. I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia's stepsister Valerie ended up... Yeah, no. That was the case that wounded Mia so badly. Lord. But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder. Some people, you must mean. Yes, 2 defense attorneys. Mia Fey and Diego Armando. Diego. After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth, Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You. That's right. Iris, there's one more thing I have to ask you. Yes, what is it? On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, at least in him, was it really you? Yes, it was me. That night, after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone. There's a problem. Come to the inner temple right away. I got on the snowmobile and headed for the inner temple. But the path to the inner temple was cut off, right? Exactly. We can't just leave the body here. So you've got to do this exactly as I say, got it? Whee! It was me. I was the one that received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed too much. The staff that Mystically always held. I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff. Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile. But why did you alter the body? I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with the 7-branched sword. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground. Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone the real killer. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't see who did it. I see. The actual weapon used to murder the victim. Yep. Defendant. Yes? The judge is calling you. He wants to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne. Alright. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you. Oh, okay. Something she wants to tell me? Okay, I guess we don't get to find out what she wants to tell us, so it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning. Phoenix? Mia? How is Maya doing? Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely, but emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case. I see. You know what I mean? She's learned who Elise Nim really was? Yes, I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew. But why? Maya is stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it. What do you mean by that? I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. Oh, she witnessed the murder, but we don't get to find out who it is, because that would be too easy. The trial's about to restart. The real killer, do you know who it is yet? Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still, I think that just maybe I know who it was. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the inner temple. And the criminal wasn't just there by accident, which means that the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning. And one more thing, the victim was moved to the Hazakura temple side by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck on the inner temple side for almost an entire day. was someone who wasn't on the Hazakura temple. Oh no. Don't tell me Pearl did it! No! Don't tell me Pearl did it! Because she was missing. Oh no! Absolutely not! That's as much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win or lose. Okay, I've got it. Thank you, Thank you, Mia. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see anyway? And who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me all by myself. It better not. It better not have been Pearl! Small 9-year-old child murders aunt. Or at 11. Absolutely not. Alright, let's get this over with. Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the tests we had performed earlier. Tests? Yes, tests on the bloody dagger that was stuck in the pine tree. Oh yeah, I totally forgot about that. Understandable. That's the weapon that Maya Fey used when she fought with the victim. So what were the results? Was it the victim's blood, or... Due to time constraints, the full test was impossible. However, there's one thing that we can say with certainty. The blood that was on the dagger was not the victim's blood. Okay, solid. That is all. Now then, let's restart this trial. So it wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger, then whose was it? Probably Maya's. Since Maya was attacked. I'm sure both the defense and the prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Shouldn't you wait for the full results? Apparently not. Imagine if Godot killed Misty, that would be dumb. Oh my god, it would be. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims. I understand, Your Honor. From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking, so let's finish this quickly. Agreed. Very well, please bring in the last witness. Witness, please tell us your name and profession. It was Canadian judge. Called it. Maya Fey. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Wright & Co. Law Offices. Maya. According to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the crane channeling technique. I'm frightened. The Fae clan, I don't want any more to do with it. Oh, Maya. The pain the Fae bloodline causes must be unbearable. Very well. Now then, Miss Fae, when the event occurred, you were in the garden of the Inner Temple, and you witnessed the moment of Miss Elise Dunham's murder. Is this correct?
Objection.
Straighten up this instant, young lady. Huh? Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later. But Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. Jeez, Godot, calm down. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come out and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen? Witness, if you please. Yes, Your Honor. I was passing through the garden on the way to the spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me!" Then something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness. So you were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been the staff. Maya, the person who hit you. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was. Maya, think hard. Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't. Can't say it was an especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone. It seems that it will be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination. Maya, hang in there. She doesn't look well at all. Understandable. She's had a very long several days. Including having a, like, murderous ghost stuck in her body for most of it. Alright. The safety save for our 2 pips of stamina. Oh, Lord. 2 pips of penalty. Who else was in the inner temple side that night? Well, Sister Bikini, of course, but I remember her saying that Iris would be coming later as well. On the day after the incident, Edgeworth met Bikini at Hezekiah Temple. That means she couldn't be the criminal. So then, did Iris actually come later like she said? Well, let me think. She seems confused. It's probably because she's so tired. No, I'm sure I didn't see her. She must have come while I was preparing for the training. Who did it? Who hit you? Well, I didn't see who it was. I was hit from behind. You didn't see the person? But after that, your attacker was in front of you. How could you not see who it was? Oh! Let me think for a sec. Sorry, I just can't remember. Maya's really having a hard time. Oh, Come on, Maya. This isn't making sense. Why didn't you see this person? Well, let me think. It was... Oh yeah, that's right. It was dark. That's it. It was dark. It's not good to have too much light around when someone is undergoing spiritual training. Come to think of it, there was earlier testimony to that effect as well. So it was dark in the garden on the night of the crime, which is why she didn't see her attacker. I thought maybe she was trying to hide something, but I guess not. Judging by the testimony thus far, the identity of the attacker was most likely the spirit that was channeled by Elise Dunham, Dahlia Hawthorne. Very well, please continue with your testimony. What happened after you were struck on the head? What happened afterwards? My attacker was in front of me, blocking off my escape, I think. You think? After getting hit like that, I was in a state of panic. There were only 2 things rolling around in my mind at the time. Well, now this is beginning to get interesting. So what were the 2 things rolling around in your mind? My name is Maya Fey, 1 + 1 = 2. Makes sense. You see, for some crazy reason, I was afraid I was going to lose my memory. I know it's odd considering my life was in danger, but that's how I was. That's not odd at all. Your actions are understandable, given the circumstances. Yeah, especially since that's a pretty solid concussion check. Where are the hot dogs? Yeah, so she basically... Okay, so she ran a concussion check on herself. Solid plan. I think I screamed, help me. You think you screamed, but you're not sure? Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man, a woman, an adult, a child? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits. Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have soiled my robes. I thought this person might attack me, so I... Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought that it was my last hope. Wow, it sounds like poor little Maya really was out of her mind. But I wonder what she meant by last hope. Wait a minute, what's this my last hope stuff? What? What do you mean by your last hope? No, that's what you said. You said my last hope. Huh? What? I said what? Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, help me. Yeah. But you testified that you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope. Well, you know, that's like, what do you call it when that happens? Maya's not doing so well up there. Oh yeah, oh, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at. What did you just say? Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming to for help. Ah! What is it now? I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out. Huh? Witness, are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker, there was another person? I meant to keep that part a secret. Oh, what have I done? It takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say. A ton of pressure. You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber. Witness, the information you just presented is vital to the case. I want you to add it to the testimony. And she's like, aw. Wait. A man? Wait. Did Larry? Wait, no. It can't be Larry. Because Larry was on the other side. Who was this man? Oh, well, you see, I couldn't see. You couldn't see. She's used this excuse twice now. Well, you know, lantern light isn't very bright. Lantern light, did you say? There's a great big stone lantern in the garden. I'm concerned that it's actually going to be Godot now. But, like, the thing is, though, is that Oh, no. Oh, no. Yeah, no, he was missing. That's why we had to get Franziska. But, like, the thing is, though, is that Edgeworth specifically called in Franziska because he pulled strings in the prosecutor's office to get a different prosecutor. So would Godot have been there normally? Would he actually have been available if Edgeworth hadn't pulled strings? Oh no. Oh no. I don't like this at all. I don't like this. They always light it when an acolyte is there for training. Hey, you know what they say, under the lantern darkness reigns. Can't Godot claim self-defense? No. Well, actually, you know what? It's California, and allegedly in California, you can claim self-defense on behalf of a third party. But so long as that third party's like, that third party can't do it themselves, allegedly. Obviously, I'm not a lawyer, so, you know, my knowledge may vary there. This is not legal advice. So, allegedly, if this is supposed to be California, and they play by real-world California rules, and that particular law is true, well, and that particular bit about the law is true, theoretically, Godot could claim self-defense on behalf of Maya. But, if he wasn't the one being attacked, then no, he can't claim self-defense. Because he wasn't defending himself. And we've also had people claim self-defense in these trials too, and they still wind up getting like a full-on murder charge. So it doesn't actually matter. Or at least by the rules that this court seems to be playing by, self-defense doesn't seem to matter. So I could see the person that was farther away, but not my attacker who was closer. Like D. Vasquez, yeah. Plus, there weren't any other light sources in the garden at the time. She also said it was dark.
Hold it!
You know what I mean, was it? I didn't know it at the time, but I think it was probably blood. She's saying that's when Miss Dunham who was channeling Dahlia, was stabbed in the back by the killer? At that moment, I was paralyzed with fear. Hold up, the ladder wasn't lit, if I remember correctly. We'll have to check. At that moment, I was paralyzed with fear. I was just sitting there in the snow. I'm sure blood got on everything around me. Okay, so was not lit the night of the crime. And then we also have a picture of the... No, that's not the right courtyard. Do we not have a picture of the actual courtyard? Okay, so we don't have a picture of the actual courtyard, but we can prove...
Objection!
Yeah. So there was a man standing behind your attacker? Yeah. That man, he's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elise Dunham, otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother. The killer? Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? To be frank, Your Honor, I think she's in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed the huge problem with her testimony. Huh? What do you mean? What problem? Maya. On the night of the crime, that stone lantern was out of commission. Huh? What? It's true. There was no light anywhere in that courtyard. No! Order in the court. Mr. Gateau, explain this. Add the pureness of milk to the perfect clear darkness of coffee. Stir. That is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of cafe au lait. Cafe au lait. Cafe au lait! Is that even legal? Yes. It's called a latte. If you use espresso anyway. And it's like steamed milk. Mr. Tright's words are the milk, and you are the spoon, Your Honor. Can I, like, click in the right place? I'm a spoon. I'm no spoony Bartle. Have you you must have noticed it too, Trite. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that. Sorry, but that's not going to cut it. What did you say? If there truly was no light in the garden, then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony. Nick. May I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. She said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, an adult or a child. And yet, the witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker. And she quite clearly described him as a man. Ah. In other words, that would have to mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person. Despite it being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her own attacker. No! So who was it? Order. What in the world does this all mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying Miss Faye saw the real killer under pitch black conditions?
Objection.
Trite, do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the dark? There was no other light source at the scene.
Objection.
There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godot. Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark. And now you're trying to cover for him. Cover for the man that killed her mother? There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is. Wait, yeah, can you see Godot's visor in the... You can! You can! We've seen it before! There was a blackout and he was just like a bunch of red lines! No! No! Please, Nick. I don't know anything, please. I'm begging you. You talk a good game, Trey, but let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black, so what could the witness see? I'm calling your bluff. No, Nick, don't. Please, stop. Maya is dead set on protecting this guy. The man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth. All right, Mr. Wright, time to show us what you've got. Who is this person that Maya Faye saw in the dark?
Take that.
Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible, yes? What? But how do you propose to show us something like that? It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night. Conditions? Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off. But it can't be. Oh, he did do it. The visor. That was a nice bit of deduction, Trey. Well, everyone, this is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder. My God. Godot? Sir? What were you doing? Order. Prosecutor Godot, what is the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it? Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person. What do you mean by that? If you've got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night? Was it 3 glowing red lights? Well, witness, answer the question. You're wrong. I never saw that. Maya. Who knew a joke would actually be correct? I know, right? I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man for a totally different reason. What? Witness was right.
Objection.
Stop your chattering, Your Honor. Chattering? If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. It's like the maid outfit. No, no, absolutely not. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man. Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but... Do you know how hard it is to get Godot found guilty for this? When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit and the body was gone. And all of the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man. Nah. Because the only plausible person is Pearl, and Pearl could never. So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man. Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor. No need to apologize. It's as Mr. Godot said, you're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you would be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. I mean, it could be anyone. Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. We're gonna have to poke right back through all of this. Get Godot's name back in the brain of the judge. So you lost consciousness when you were in the garden, is that right? Yes, I think it happened when the victim was stabbed. So then the person that carried you into the inner temple, it could only have been the killer. That's what I think too. So the killer carried Maya into the inner temple. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide. I don't know. It looks like she doesn't have enough confidence. And I think I need to gather some more information before I ask her again. The torches were lit? Yes. That's how I noticed that the whole scene had changed. I'm gonna say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be? The killer probably lit them since it would be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body? That's true. It's hard to see how that would be of any advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain anything from that would be the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya. Very well, let me hear some more about the condition of the crime scene. Let's see. So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow? Okay, we press statement 2 after we press all statements, then I'm guessing. It did look really odd. Yeah, because we don't really have anything to say this is wrong. The snow was removed in an unnatural looking rectangular shape around the lantern. True. There was a lot of shovels around the inner temple, but they're all really heavy, way too heavy for me to use. An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take snow away? Well, there's one thing I can think of. Didn't you say that a lot of the victim's blood sprayed onto the snow? Yeah. The area collapsed and ended up being splattered. In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation. Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. If the killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it, there was no need to remove that amount. That's true. He could have scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood. It looks like there are some mysteries behind this issue. But like the thing is though, is that he can't see the blood, so he probably just did the entire area just to be safe. But I think this will help explain them. So you're saying that you never saw the killer, right? Yes, but earlier you very clearly stated that you saw a man behind your attacker. Nick, I'm sorry. The killer certainly went through a lot of trouble, moving the body by pendulum, manipulating the crime scene. But for what purpose? Why do all that? Like the apron from Recipe for Turnabout? Yeah. But like the interesting thing with that is that like he saw it as more coffee stains, so he saw it as brown on the apron. But for whatever reason, on the white of the stone pillar and presumably the snow, it's just completely invisible. So I'm like kind of trying to figure out how that works. Cause like, shouldn't it just be like shades of brown or gray? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. And she does.
Hold it!
Yeah, the killer had to have done it. Aha! She did. I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence for me for my sake. What? Hiding it for you? Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden, she may have thought that you had done it. No, she definitely would have thought so. And you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened? Yes, I'm sure of it. Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor.
Hold it!
They did it for your sake? Well, if the body and the blood hadn't been removed, I would have immediately been the prime suspect, right? Yes, I suppose that's true. Yeah, and if that had happened, the body would have caused some other problems, too. If her real identity had come out right then, it would have been terrible. Master F. Crane killed my own daughter. I don't think Maya would have been able to handle it. Then why leave the word Maya on the lantern? He didn't see it. Godot couldn't see it. We don't know who wrote it, but he couldn't see it. We've already confirmed Godot could not see the word Maya written on the lantern. He like flipped his gourd because he didn't realize it was there, and you know, the judge and Nick pointed it out. But still, it's rather difficult to fathom the killer's motives. What reason is there to go through that much trouble to protect you? We do. Oh yeah, Dahlia wrote it? Yeah, if Dahlia wrote it, Maya. Let's see. Torches were lit and the body was gone. Alright. Oh, I miss so much like Dahlia getting roasted into hell. Yeah. Yeah. It was super sick. Oh, you know what? I want... Yeah, wait, this is... I wonder if we can present this to prove that, like, it wasn't fully cleaned up? No. No. Bad game. Bad.
Objection!
Nope. Okay, nope, nope, nope. Yeah, the lantern probably, yeah. Yeah, because why is the rest of the evidence cleaned up except for this?
Objection!
Yeah, there it is. The body of Elise Dudum was carried all the way to Hazakura Temple's courtyard. Then at the garden, the real crime scene of the crime, the snow that we suspect was covered in blood was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe all of this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd. Oh, and what would that be? You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godot. It's the message written in blood on the lantern. Did he forget? It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya. Ah. If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern? Ah, you're right. Because Godot can't see it. No. Order, order, order. But Mr. Wright, isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene? Indeed, but it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow, then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing.
Objection!
But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer move the body and remove all the snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the lantern? I like how he's just kind of rolling along with it. I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's a fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it. Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message written in the bloody lantern? Didn't notice it. The prosecutor Godot, earlier in this trial, you gave some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought. The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that a crime had occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it. But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that. You're right. There is no way any normal person would. What? What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright? There's only one person involved in this incident who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether. And who would that be?
Take that!
Mr. Godot, this is what you said yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. You can't see everything? Is that correct, Mr. Godot? This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented. This lantern, there's something written on it. Why, it's written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern is as clean as a whistle. Mr. Godot, just admit it, there are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right, we went through this once before. During the poisoning case at Trebian. This is the apron the delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time, and somehow spilled coffee on. There's something still bothering me, Mr. Godot. Why have you not explained the bloodstain to the court? Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be? Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood-colored stain that's smeared all over the apron. That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a bloodstain. Oh, so maybe he just can't see red entirely and it just poofs into existence. Oh, you can see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup because it was red. Okay. He has a very... You know what? I wonder if it's because of the LEDs. I wonder if it's because of the visor specifically. It's strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder why am I the only one that can't see them? So then, Mr. Godot, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern? Does that also mean he can't see these posts? Because they're also red? Hey, Cramps. Didn't you know that the reason why I don't drink red... Oh, that's the reason why I don't drink red tea. I mean, red tea isn't red. It's like... Still... I mean, it's a brownish red, but it's still mostly brown. I wasn't sure about it until now, but... I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Godot's the murderer. But there's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth. Mr. Godot, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Elise Dunham, also known as Miss Misty Fey. It's hard to believe this may be true. However, once again, we are causing a ruckus. Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on, how does a little graffiti make me into the killer? Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written there.
Objection!
I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red. This is rich. Do go on, Wright. The answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow? The snow? How so? Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If he wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not just take out that area? Yes, why didn't he take just that area? Oh, could it be? Yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped into the snow. And so he had to remove all of the snow. He couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area.
Objection!
Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark? Not a chance. The torches were all lit. He would have been able to see just fine. It seems. And once again, this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Godot? Maybe he can't see red on something that is white? That would be the most bizarre shenanigan I've ever heard of, but you know what? Honestly, this is a world where spirit mediums actually exist, so, like, I'm not about to question it. Although, it does make the laws of physics work a little bizarre. Wait just a minute. Maya? What is it, witness? Mr. Godot isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the Inner Temple. Until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after that old bridge got fixed up.
Objection!
Maya? You can't testify to something like that. What? After the murder happened, you didn't even exist. She didn't? I'm afraid I don't follow. Are you senile, old man? We established this just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Oh, because she was channeling Dahlia. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh, that's right. Please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me. Maya. Do you plan to cover for Godot no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her. Nicely done, Trait. Very well, let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened at the Inner Temple after the murder. Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearl was there at the Inner Temple, too. Is she going to try saying Pearl did this? Absolutely not. Pearl was also stuck on the temple side that night. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the Inner Temple for the first time. He found Pearl first and cheered her right up. Who is this Pearly? That's my little cousin, Pearl Faye. So when did you hear about this? Oh, just a while ago, when I was in the medical office. I'm terribly sorry, but what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. What? Come on! Pearl would never tell a lie. She's a way more honest person than I'll ever be. Real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're under oath. The prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness. Mr. Godot, let's just move on to the cross-examination if the defense has no objections. This is highly unusual, but, well, Mr. Wright, let's get this cross-examination started. I like how we're just humoring her so we can just put more nails in Godot's coffin.
Hold it!
So, where do you think Pearl slept that night? In the spare prep room next to the training hall, I guess. There's a rule that says you can't enter the training hall during an acolyte's training. But even so, why did she go to the Inner Temple in the first place? It seems that Pearl became very worried about Maya. She knew that the spiritual training I was about to undergo was very intense. Pearl was supposed to channel Dahlia Hawthorne, but she couldn't do it. That's why she headed to the Inner Temple. However, Dahlia Hawthorne was already there, possessing the body of Elise Dunan. So, what I want to know is why Elise did it. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. She searched the entire Inner Temple side end to end. Well, you see, Pearl gets pretty scared when she's alone, and there weren't that many places to look. She says that she even went back and forth several times. The Inner Temple side was 2 structures, the training hall and a spare prep room. And there's also a storage shack, I think. That's about it. There was a storage shack, too. Pearl was looking for other people, right? Would she have really examined a storage shack all that carefully? Well, if it was me, that would be the first place I would investigate. So that means it's possible that someone may have been hiding in the storage shack.
Hold it!
Pearl didn't hear the sound of them working on the bridge? What do you mean? I was just wondering why she would stay in the prep room. If it was me, I'd at least go out and wait at the foot of the bridge. Well, Pearl said she was sleeping at the time. She said she was so scared during the night that she couldn't sleep well and woke up a bunch of times. Poor little girl, all alone like that. Well, we know that she had at least one friend in the Sacred Cavern, Dahlia Hawthorne, who was busy battling with the trick lock. She couldn't let anyone see her, so she wouldn't have shown herself to Pearl. What happened after the bridge was finally fixed? That's when Mr. Godot arrived.
Hold it!
So, is your first time on the inner temple side, Mr. Godot? That's funny. Am I imagining things, or did the defense ask me a question? Mr. Wright, please save your questions for the witness. What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. Those are your words, Your Honor. Touché, Mr. Wright. Oh, well, what do you have to say, Mr. Godot? This is just breaking all the rules. Hot nights and even hotter coffee. That's what I always say. If it hadn't been for this case, I never would have visited there. A freezing cold temple in the mountains? I think I'll pass. So he had never visited Hazakura Temple or the Inner Temple, huh? You want to say something, Trait? In any case, I have to find a crack in Godot's armor. Why doesn't Nick have a recess to ask Godot what exactly is going on? Because that would be too easy. We have to do it here. While I cross-examine Maya, that is. Very well, please go on with your testimony. After fixing the bridge, the policeman came over to the Inner Temple site, right? Yes, then Mr. Godot. He found Pearl first and cheered her right up. He cheered her up. That's what Pearl said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godot. And here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict. Cut it out, you're making me blush. I mean, it's clear that Misty channeled Dahlia for a reason. Yeah, I'm assuming to keep Dahlia away from Maya. And Godot killed Dahlia to save Maya? I guess. Although, he doesn't like me very much, and he assumed Maya died. Or at least was willing to claim such. So, it's weird. Like, something, like, it's not adding up. This guy is really beginning to get on my nerves in more ways than one. The truth is, there aren't that many places to look on the Inner Temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with fine-tooth combs. So I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way, Godot style. I'm the same way, I like to hand down verdicts in my own way, judge style. Maybe I should ask some questions, Phoenix style. You said you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything? It looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, Trite. After all, I didn't miss the bloody writing on the lantern. Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles. The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the trading hall. Beauty? Misty Faye, naturally. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Western tastes? Could he find a stranger way to describe gravy? So from there you headed for the prep room? Wait a sec, what did Godot just say? I think I just found his proverbial weak spot. There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the Inner Temple when it happened. Otherwise he couldn't have killed at least Dunim. How did he know what she was wearing if the scroll was covered in gravy? Yeah. I think it has to be here and then present the scroll covered in gravy. Yeah. Mr. Godot, the first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went into the Inner Temple was long before the murder took place. Why do you say that? Because he just made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall. Hanging scroll? But Mr. Godot is right. That scroll shows a picture of my mother. Maya, I know you know who it is, but there's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this. What's that wonderfully delicious smell? There's no way that gravy still smells good. Oh, absolutely not. Oh, gross. The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy. Gravy? But why gravy, Nick? Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godot, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have had any idea of knowing that it was Misty Faye. Wait a minute, Nick. Yes? Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look at the top. There's a crest there. Ah, it's the mark of the master, correct? Exactly. So if you know the meaning of the mark, then you could guess that it was a picture of Misty Faye on there. True, but Mr. Godot described what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Oh. Yes, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Godot, on the day of the murder, you were hiding at the inner temple long before the crime took place. Can I ask you just one little thing, Trite? What is it? This whole theory of yours, it all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed. That's right. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak into the crime scene. Of course Mr. Godot knew about the plan. Huh? What did you say? Oh, so he's the one who went to... He's the one who opened it before Pearl did. This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored the plan for her daughter's future. And these instructions were hidden somewhere in Fay Manor for a year. However, by the time little Pearl found these instructions, they had been unsealed. Sealed? Yes. The killer had read these instructions long before Pearl ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the Inner Temple. And you still insist this crafty killer is me? You bet I do. But you just said that the instructions were hidden. That's right. Mr. Godot couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden. If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out. Yes, and when was that? During a visit. A visit? Alright, take care, Chase. Hope you have a good day. Morgan Fay told her daughter Pearl about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. Get Iris that not guilty for me, will you? I'm working on it. Working on it, fingers crossed. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden. Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center? Yes, it could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor such as Mr. Godot. Order, order, order. Mr. Godot, you're under fire again. This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge. And you? You were the only one that could have acquired this information before the murder. Humans are afraid of the dark. And yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee. Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean? Why would he want to kill Misty? Because it wasn't Misty. He would have seen Dahlia and accidentally killed Misty. And he would have a reason for wanting to stab Dahlia, too. It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the inner temple and waited for the crime to occur. But if he knew about the plan ahead of time, why would he not take steps to stop it? Because he also wants revenge, is the problem. He wants revenge on us for killing Mia. Well, he blames us for Mia's death. He was very well prepared to blame us for Maya's death if she had actually died at the Inner Temple So, you know, then he ultimately took a person's life. But how did any part of this plan hurt Phoenix? Good question. Good question. But all the evidence points to him is the problem. And it just continues to keep pointing at him. And he did all of that just to protect this witness. If anything, it might not have been necessarily to hurt Phoenix, but to, like, prevent one of his next screw-ups, as it were. Since, you know, he blames Nick for not being able to, like, protect either of the Fays. First Mia, then Maya. But it's hard to say precisely what his angle is. That's right. If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. I am what you see. I am certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress. The killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for a lack of a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness's life, his behavior is still a little too unnatural. However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godot? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all cost. I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick? Maya. I guess you were doing your best to cover for Godot. For the same reason, huh? Okay, Trey, I'm all ears. Let's hear it. It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you. What's this? There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she's Mia Fey's only sister. Mia Fey. You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney. Wait a second here. Mr. Godot is a defense attorney. With your honor's piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Godot his real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right? The last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago. Diego Armando. That name rings a bell. It should, Your Honor. All of this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Mia Fey's first time in court, the tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked. It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself. Mia, you can't cry yet. Lord. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her clients, that pure sweetheart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Mia and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. Then one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria. Ah, I just remembered. 6 years ago, right here in the courthouse, you were poisoned. Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee. Some newspapers at the time called it a murder. But very little information about the case was released to the press. But you weren't dead at all. No official reports ever actually called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma. I see. My body shut down and my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight and all my hair turned white due to the damage it caused.
It's terrible. Apparently, it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poisoned brew. Then one morning, my eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee. 5 years? You were asleep for 5 years? And the worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered, and the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death. The woman you loathed? The woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee, Dahlia Hawthorne. Good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up. That's so sad. For someone like me, for someone who had slept away their best days, there were only 2 reasons left to live. And it was for those 2 reasons I decided to become a prosecutor. If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live? The first was you, Trite. Huh? Me? If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey never would have died, much less the way she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her, but you let her die. It was all your fault. It wasn't like that. I wanted to see for myself what kind of man you really were. So that's why you became a prosecutor? My other reason for living, she goes by the name of Maya Fey. What? You mean me? You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Korean village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her. That's how you overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center. I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it. That makes sense. If Pearl had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out. Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both of my accomplices. Accomplices? Iris of Hazakura Temple and Misty Fey. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Fey. But how did you contact my mother? She had been missing for almost 20 years. Officially, yes. What do you mean, officially? You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government? Now that you mention it, Bikini did say something to that effect. Why didn't you just give Pearl some shiny keys? Because I don't think keys would actually work on Pearl. She said that the Master of Crane had great authority. Even without her official position, Misty Fey still wielded great influence. The police have been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Take her to Disneyland. True! Actually true! Again, because of my position as a prosecutor. So my mother was cooperating with you? Don't ever forget, no matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you. She always... That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was, look at her staff. Her staff? The one with the sword in it? The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hazakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Fey if necessary. So this entire plan revolved around someone channeling Dahlia? Yeah. Basically... So why didn't everyone just not channel her? Well, because they needed... So... They needed to make sure Pearl didn't channel Dahlia. So plan A was talk her out of it. Plan B was have someone summon, like, channel Dahlia before Pearl could, so that Pearl couldn't do it. The problem here is that Dahlia still just... Why not just burn the note or write a new one? Because that would be too easy. And also, like, Morgan would just try again. And again. And again. And this one actually at least, you know, ties her to a crime. So, she was ready to... Yeah. Yes. Even if it meant paying the ultimate price. Mother. Oh, no. That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan. You mean Pearl, don't you? We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne. Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight? Well, if you'd like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together? See, that's why they were going to have a book night, but she never showed up. We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up. She was worried and followed me to the inner temple. That was the thing we were most afraid of. And that's why Misty Faye had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body. What? What do you mean? If she channeled the spirit first, then Pearl wouldn't be able to do it herself. As Master of Kurain, Misty Faye's power was supreme. So that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Faye wouldn't be able to. Why not just go to the temple with Maya? Because no one would be allowed near it. Because she would be undergoing training that requires her to be alone with like a nun to basically supervise to make sure she doesn't like die. But other than that, no one's allowed nearby. What, is that true? My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Faye. That's why I hid myself at the inner temple. Just in case you needed to be saved from Dahlia Hawthorne. Gateau. Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to. Trite. Huh? There's no doubt about it, you're a great defense attorney. But you're going to have to do the rest yourself. But the only reason they even went was because they saw an ad in the newspaper? Well, no. The only reason they went is because Pearl saw an ad in a magazine specifically for Hazakura Temple. She knew the plan like a month in advance. So when she saw the ad in the newspaper, it would have been the opportunity to get Maya up to the temple because Pearl thought that Morgan's plan would have helped Maya too. If she had realized it was to hurt Maya, she would not have done it, but she didn't know that. Who killed the victim? There are only two possible suspects, Maya and Godot. It's him! It has to be him! Like, it literally cannot be her. Well, Trite, if you're the real deal, then finishing this thing once and for all. But all this could have been avoided by not going to the temple. Yeah. And they almost didn't go, too. Because they needed Nick to take them. And Nick originally said no. Shows beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own. No, Nick, please don't. Maya. I heard the whole thing from my sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Godot. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia and me too. Or lock Pearl in a room? Yeah, but like, that's technically abuse, you know? Maya, I know that. Nick. But even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crime. Please, Maya, testify. Miss Faye, your testimony, please. Give her some ice cream. They tried! And she didn't show up. This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips. I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick. Alright, young lady, tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder? Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights, 3 of them. I thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead though, and she struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly, the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness. If you can't distract a 9-year-old with bribes, simply... your bribe... Oh, if you can't distract a 9-year-old, your bribes simply aren't good enough. Yeah. Yeah. Well, the thing is, though, is that, like, the bribe they had was like, hey, let's read books with your favorite author. Like, I'm sorry, I feel like that's a suitable bribe. These red lights, I thought you said you don't remember seeing them. I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden. Things break, Trait, even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? It looks like you still can't prove that. Why are you telling the truth this time? I know it. Hey, let's watch movies while eating ice cream and chocolate. Well, I mean, they don't have... I don't think they have a TV at the temple, it's the thing! Well then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness! Oh, it's so close. It's so close. Lights shining in the dark? I don't think you can make a mistake about that. Yeah, you're right. I think I saw them, but I can't say for certain. And I can't tell you for sure that they were from Mr. Godot's mask either. If only they had like a month of planning to drag out a generator and a TV! But just after that, you turned towards the lights and called for help. Isn't that because you thought the lights were coming from Mr. Godot's mask? Yeah, I guess so. Maybe that's what I was thinking at the time. But I can't remember after all. There was a person I couldn't identify in front of me. Maya's life was in terrible danger at the time. There's no way she can remember the details of the scene perfectly. Alright then, let's go on with the testimony. What did you do when you saw the red lights? That blood. Was it Dahlia Hawthorne's blood? I think so, probably. Just at that moment, I heard a soft scream that seemed to be close by. It was a woman's voice. So that was when the killer stabbed the victim from behind with the murder weapon. Is that right? Without a doubt, Maya was in the middle of a really dangerous situation. Anyway, the victim was stabbed by the murder weapon. What happened after that? She wasn't dead though. Struck back? How do you know that? Well, you're right. I didn't see it exactly, but I could tell by the sounds of their breathing and movement, and also the smell of blood. You have witnessed more horror than any young lady should ever have to in one life. So then what did you do at that point? I couldn't move. I could just barely make out their shadows moving in the dark, but... I had no idea what to do. Could you still see the red lights you mentioned earlier? Yes, I think so, but... Suddenly the red lights went out. They went out? Yeah, suddenly I couldn't see them at all. What could it mean? If the red lights were coming from Godot's mask and they went out right in the middle of a fight, maybe the mask was damaged? Or maybe it was knocked off? Or maybe the batteries ran out, right, Trite? Or maybe those little red pinhead looking lights just stopped working? What could have really happened then? Also, Godot saying his mask is battery powered? I mean, it makes sense, because, like, you know, hacking it into, like, you know, the human, like, electrical system doesn't quite work, but, like... What do you mean by just at that moment? Do you mean the moment when the red lights went out? Yes, that's right. The scream that you heard then, was it Dahlia Hawthorne? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice. What? So then, that scream came from the killer? That's gotta be it. I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it. And then the killer let out a scream of pain, huh? After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess? Well, Mr. Wright, it seems to make sense to me. Sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I still kind of wonder. I kind of want to say that there's a contradiction. Because we still don't know whose blood is on that dagger. We know it's not Dahlia's. I'm sorry to say this, but that interpretation would create an enormous contradiction. That makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct. Remember the testimony she just gave before the killer let out a scream? Maya said that she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade and the staff had already been plunged into the victim. Ah, is that right? She couldn't have struck back with a sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff. Yep, it's the knife. It's the knife! The dagger. If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, Trait. There's only one thing I can think of that could have been used as a weapon. Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff. What could she have used to strike back against the killer? Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. This dagger was at the crime scene, stuck into a pine tree. Yes, the detective found that this morning and brought it to me. Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this, and she managed to wound him as well.
Objection.
Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim. Tonto classy. Yeah. Have you forgotten that the blood has already been tested? Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body. So you're saying the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer? Exactly. A DNA analysis of the blood would prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Cadeau, it would prove that it's your blood. Nice theory, Trait. Oh, this is just so much going on. Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test. He's gonna say we don't have time for one, isn't he? Let me ask you something, Trait. Let's just say that it turned out that I was the killer. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that? What? Just think for a second. This dagger was found at the crime scene. There was already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom. Yes, what does that prove? Well, if I really were the killer, I would have washed the blade off and then planted another person's blood on it. Or could have. It can't be. In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Trait. That blood, it doesn't belong to me. Not a chance. What? This man's... In any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. Wait a minute. What's the problem? I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation. Maya? This dagger, you said that it wounded the killer. That's right. But if Mr. Godot had really been caught with the dagger, his clothes should be bloody or have a rip in them, right? He's had days. Maya. Maybe he just changed his clothes? That would solve the contradiction pretty easily. What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder? Everyone that was on the inner temple side got trapped there. Ah, that's right. And once the bridge was fixed and the police headed for the inner temple, Mr. Godot was already there waiting for them. He never had a chance to change his clothes. Wait, then who got attacked? Order in the court. What the witnesses? What is going on? Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him, but no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes? The judge just takes smart pills during the last recess. Well, then maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. That way he wouldn't get any blood on them.
Objection.
That's impossible, Trait. You know how cold it gets up there late at night. Ugh. After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid. Oh, Lord. So that's all you've got? I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Right now, if Mia Fey were here, she would have closed the book on this case already. If Mia Fey were here... So come on, Trait, can you do it or not? How about it, Mr. Wright? You've accused Mr. Godot of being the killer. But can you prove it? Have you got even one piece of evidence? question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is, I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. Why I get the no, Pearl and by extension Mia are not even in the room. Like, they are not here. They are out in the lobby doing things. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition, just as you want it. That's good. A fighter to the bitter end, right? Ooh, save into the boss battle. Let's go, let's go. Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point, why don't we go for the unlimited penalty? Oh yeah, but are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Godot? Cause it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence I need. Give me a break. You've got nothing, trait. What is it? I mean, this is like one of the only things that we haven't used in the trial, but... So what do I do at a time like this? It's simple. I've got to think outside the box and approach this from a different angle. Alright then, Mr. Wright, let's hear what you've got. There's one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger. But we decided it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he had been cut by a dagger, there should have been a bloodstain on his clothing. There's one place the killer could have hidden his wound. Hidden? Oh, across his face! Like, under the mask, under the visor. This is it. My last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. I don't need to think about why there were no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hid the wound. It's the end of the line, the final stop trait. Where's this location where you say the killer hid his wound? Well, if it's Godot, the one place that it would make the most sense is behind his visor. Because he lost... Well, the lights all went out from it. And now they're back. But how do we prove it? Found stuck in a pine tree, the victims... The blood doesn't match the victims. So, how could Godot... Where's this location where you say the killer hid his wound? I mean, a hand, the visor. We had this, it doesn't matter. Why is it in two parts? Huh. That's weird.
Let's see, has blood on it, came from the victim's staff. That's probably Maya's, if I had to guess. Where's this location where you say the killer hit his wound? Am I, like, losing my mind? Taper, am I losing my mind? Cause, like, I want to, like... It's Godot, right? So, like, he only has so many places he can hide a wound without anyone seeing it. And one of those is his visor. But, like, how do I prove it's his visor? Just present his face? Well, I saved going into the boss fight, so you know what? Take that! What I do know is that you'll never be half the lure she was. Isn't that right, Trey? I can't decide if this is a game over. No, it's not. Wait. What was that just now? Mia? Wait, no. It can't be. You're living on through him? Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. Hey! We were right. It's beneath your mask. Okay, so I thought it was a game over. I was so prepared to reset. During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. Thankfully, you didn't load the game over. And the right option have the same dialogue. No! That's terrible! Oh my god. Yeah, I was so prepared to, and then I was like, you know what? The boss fight save was like kind of close, so I would have just spammed back to the result, well, to the question. So I'm glad I did, because it's like, yes, it'd be an endless loop. Yeah. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Godot, would you mind removing your mask? If you have a attacker wound under there somewhere, then I'd say this whole case is solved. As his, like, mask explodes. Oh my god, look at me go, I'm a legend. Okay, no, I'm not a legend, but I'm so glad I didn't reset. Just now? I saw her spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago. You helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. An endless reset loop would have been funny. Oh, that would have been sad, though. Funny for you guys, sad for me. But I can't trust my own gut. Lord. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you, that's what I thought. Mr. Godot. But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could never find it in my heart to forgive was me. You? Yourself? I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape from the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death head-on, so I ran. I hid behind a mask. I threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit. But you saved Maya. Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway. What do you mean? Are you listening, Maya? If I had really wanted to save you, then there's one person that I should have gone and talked to right away. Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick? I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother, but I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. Do you know why? The real reason? No? Why? I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all. Huh? I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul.
I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia. Nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Literally done 20 other things to stop this. Yeah, exactly. And he's like, nah. No, I chose to let you walk into danger. Just so I could be the hero afterward. Forgive me. You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya. Was it really for Maya's sake? I'm not really sure. What do you mean by that? That night in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette, a part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. Also, is Misty an idiot for not speaking up? Well, the problem is that Misty was kind of in hiding. So it kind of depends on the nature of, you know, the whole in hiding thing. It could have been Misty Faye or even that little girl. But I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. Oh, true. He could have wound up killing a 9-year-old. He was very prepared for that. Oh, no. I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. But she kind of pointed out the flaw in this plan. She could have, but, like, it entirely depends on how Godot sold it. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Faye? Or was it something else? Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Could it have been simply a desire for revenge? And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion of fantasy. The stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off as a true defender of the people. In that one moment, I understood everything. Mr. Godot. My god. I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando. Mr. Armando, I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me. Thanks. Your wound, it's bleeding. Did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears. Tears? Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment. Mr. Armando. You do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. Apparently that goes for the prosecution and the defense. Lord. My god. This has been a time. This time it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant? Yes, Your Honor. Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body in the crime scene is a serious offense in itself. I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I knew the risk and I willingly cooperated anyway. Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say? Well, there is one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. I want to apologize to you. Apologize? To me for what? For the case 5 years ago, of course. I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover? He planned on there being a body. Well, he planned on the contingency of there being a body. He needed someone to deal with it in case one appeared. Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was going to do it. She was planning to kill me. It's not all that surprising. The two of you hardly knew each other. Huh? What do you mean? You and my sister, you only met twice. Huh? Were they swapping? We only met twice? But not on the contingency of there being a taser? No, apparently not. The first time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this very courthouse. The next time you met her was 8 months later. You met her again on the day that she stole your cold medicine. And Doug Swallow was killed. No way. It can't be true. I mean, during our whole relationship, we were... For those 8 months, the woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister. Huh? It wasn't Dahlia? Wait, were the two of them dating? I hope one day you can forgive me, Feeny. You mean... That's right. I lied to you for 8 months. Oh my god. Oh yeah, because Dahlia couldn't stand him. Oh no. But why? Why would you do such a thing? Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance, she couldn't move about freely. So that's why my sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst. Prepared for the worst? She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice. You mean she was ready to kill me, don't you? She already had so much to answer for her. I don't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance. And that's why you came to me? You came to get the bottle pendant back from me in her place? But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something even as simple as that. 8 months passed and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time that had ever happened. That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime and she would confer with you. I think she must have noticed. Noticed what? My feelings for you. If I had found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her. Even if it meant her life or mine. Iris. After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed. I have something to say to you too. Yes? You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you. Thank you. Aww. That's sweet. How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though. Right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. Don't you think so? Phoenix, right? Wow, he actually used our Yeah, I think you're right. The purpose of this trial was to rule on the murder of the victim, Elise Dunham. At some point, I expect you will be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case. I understand, Your Honor. Wow. Wow, Godot actually used our name. We actually drank some of his coffee without it being on our face first because he threw it. I'll take it. Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant not guilty. We did it. Court is now adjourned. My God. We actually managed it. We actually managed it. Lord. That was hard fought. Does this mean Godot is being put to death? Possibly. He's either getting put to death or solitary. I'm not entirely sure which one he's getting. So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended, was justice really served? The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hand. Of course justice was served. Mia, I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant. But I couldn't save Armando, the man who cared so deeply for you. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible. mean with that verdict? I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me. Do you think they'll let him have his endless coffee in jail? Yes. Absolutely. Mia. You've accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal, thank you. Mia. I'm sure we'll meet again someday, Phoenix. I've handled lots of cases and seen a lot of things. And along this journey, I've found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I think I understand. Understand what? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer. Hey, Maya. Nick. Maya. I guess it's just like my sis said. Mia, what did she say? That night when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end. But, come on, cut it out with that gloomy face. Can't you see me, sis, and I'm sure Iris too? We owe you for everything you've done for us, Nick. Maya, how can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? I mean, Phoenix can just use Maya to call up Mia like a Discord call. I mean, yes, but it sounds like if Mia has the opportunity, has the ability to do so, she's just going to reject it. She's going to reject the Discord call here. You were brutally attacked. You even saw your mother murdered. Youch! Hi, Francisca. Still as softy as always, Phoenix, right? Why is she not doing anything? Why she's not doing anything better? Yeah, but she's like, you have nothing left to learn from me, Nick. Sorry, pal. Now, granted, could she just hang out? Like, you know, for, you know, the giggles? I guess maybe. But, like, she's a ghost. She can't really experience much of anything, even while borrowing someone else's body. Excellent work, Wright. Huh, Mr. Edgeworth, when did you get back? Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her in on that. Edgeworth and Francisca have actually been helping me. Helping you? If these two hadn't been here on the first day of the trial? The defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere. Wow, but where were you, Nick? I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold which forced him to sleep all day. Yes, he laid in bed shivering from his fever with Iris's hood pulled over his head. Oh, ouch. Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth, and you too, Francisca. I don't suppose there's room for me in this group hug, is there? Oh, Larry. What's with the, longer than usual face? I realized something when I was reborn. Larry, go! Leave! I know, right? I realized that Larry was never of any use to anyone, not even once. That's not true, right, Nick? What? You're asking me? Just get out? Well, Nick, is it true? I've got a place in this world, right? Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I were gone for good. Wow. No, oh, yeah. Those portraits you painted, they were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? What, me? Why are you making that face, huh, Edgy? Oh, well, yes, indeed, I certainly can't say that they lack resemblance. Do you really mean it? What about you, Francie? Did I draw you well, too? My beauty can't possibly be captured by a mere crayon. Glare. Yo, Maya glaring down Francisca von Karma. Chef's kiss. Oh my god. Maya, oh my. Maya just forced Francisca von Karma herself to play nice? My god, she is sick. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and it's worth something. So then you'll do it like you promised? Don't get carried away. Wait. Did she promise to model? Excuse me?
Oh my god, she did. I think she did.
She Fred Maya is a fairly famous ship for a reason. Honestly, I can see it. I can see it. Edgeworth and Nick, Franziska and Maya. Honestly, people have excellent taste. Excellent taste. Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. The painting of Pearl is pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around. Pearl? Where could she have gone? Normally she would have made a beeline for Maya. Oh, I'll go look for her. Be right back. Yeah, especially since, like, we know she's here in the building. Hey, Pearl. Where is she? Right. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you are wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that has happened. Yeah. To be honest, I can't understand it either. Franziska. That's right, she lost her father fairly recently as well. I think I understand how she feels. Maya is a much wiser person than she appears, and I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can. What do you mean by now is exactly the time? Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person that Maya is trying her best not to cry. Someone who was hurt more deeply than Maya? Edgeworth, I think I'm starting to understand too. Ow. Tell me, Phoenix Wright, who is Maya Faye being strong for? Aw. Well, it's either us or Pearl, and we can't choose us. So... Well, Misty's dead. So, I mean, it could be Misty. But... I think she's trying to be strong for Pearl, personally. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Pearl Faye. The poor kid. After all, the reason that she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of the Faye clan. I'm sure she believed in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. But it's cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Faye's mother was killed and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable. And that's exactly why Maya is putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake, until she can see her smile again. Oh my god, Gumshoe. Oh hey, so this is where you all are! What was that for, sir? Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seems to have a mind of its own. What's up, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, you know, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. My salary's just sorta kinda gone down by a teeny weeny bit, but it's alright. I made reservations at a first-class French restaurant tonight. Gumshoe Larry just left for the idiot convention. Go join him. No! We love Gumshoe. No, we love Gumshoe. Pretty good work, Scruffy. That whip was your reward. Detective Gumshoe? You said a first-class French restaurant? You don't mean... Très bien, where else? I knew it, we're doomed. Come on, let's go, everyone. We can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Hey, you, Crybaby, you're invited too. Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be at the loser's shack eating potatoes. You know, Maya's taking an awfully long time to get back. She's still looking for Pearl. Oh, Maya, what's wrong? Nick, what do I do? Pearl, I can't find her anywhere. She was just here! She was the one channeling Mia! Where could she have gone? Huh? I bet she just went back home. That's all. I thought so too, so I called the village. But no one has heard from her. This has never happened before. As I figured, she has been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya. But none of this was her fault. What should I do? Detective Gumshoe. Yeah, what is it, pal? Could you guys go on ahead? But what about you? Maya and I will join you guys once we find Pearl. The village is a few hours away. How did she get there so fast? No. Maya called the village in case she like took a bus or something, because I think they actually do get bus service. Not very much, but I think they do actually get bus service. Or like the train. So like technically speaking, like so long as she does, because it was 2 hours of Pearl running. But Mia and Pearl were just here, yeah. So she'd have to get to the train and then get all the way out there. But we also don't know how long this conversation has been taking. So they might have abstracted it a bit. Just so that like Maya hadn't been gone like an ultra long amount of time in real time, but like in story time, that conversation was a lot longer. Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I won't miss it for the world. Very well, Phoenix Wright. We'll go on ahead. Don't keep us waiting, Wright. We won't. But where should we look? Where could Pearl have gone? Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that Pearl might have gone to. Hazakura Temple. For Pearl, I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started. What's this? You're all back again so soon? Sister Bikini? I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight. So she's here? Pearl is here? She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her? Okay. Pearl's not here. Ah! Maya, the hanging scroll. Ah! It's been cleaned! Amazing. Someone cleaned it off. It's gotta be Pearl. Ah! Mystic Maya! Pearl! Why did you just leave like that? Mystic Maya. Mystic Maya. Oh. And she just starts crying. I feel so bad for Pearl. Oh my god. I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again. Because it's all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother... That's why you came here? It's the least I could do to pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearl. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course I'm sad that my mother is gone, but how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie just to make me feel better. No, really, it's true. The only reason I'm still here at all is thanks to everyone who was there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. If even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. Pearl, at least 4 adults were idiots that could have prevented this. Exactly. The 9-year-old is not to blame here. That's why I have to be strong. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do. Mystic Maya. I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty. Sister Bikini. Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she said to me that night. After dishonoring the good name of Karain, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya is always in my thoughts. It's true, she'll always be with me until the day I die. Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets. She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? To never take the charm off until the day you die. That's the master's talisman. The thing that Misty kept. And I skipped through by accident. Oh my god, no. It wasn't the container that was important. Rather, it was the contents. Wait, what's inside? Wait. Ah, okay, so I'm not the only one who realized it opens. That's... a photo? Ah. Mother. Oh, it's a picture of... It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. But what makes us human is that we fight for others. No! VOD, please. What does the VOD say? No! I skipped through it. Curse this right click. That's the true measure of what human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. Aw. Maya broke the vase too. Even when the battle is over, the bonds that connect us are severed. We always return time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother too. I learned that from all of them. Even Maya's broken it. Honestly, at this point, it's family tradition to break that poor urn. Well, shall we get going? Everyone is waiting. Ah, this is a day to remember, a day when a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today. But I still can't... Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime. Okay. Alright, I'm going to make a brand new start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training, I promise. I know, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for 3 for when you come back. For 3? Oh, because Nick's the only one who can drive. Alright, we're going to have a great feast today, Pearl. You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance. Okay, Mystic Maya, I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight. You know, there's one thing I don't get, and probably don't want to, but... What is it, Nick? Reservations for training is fine and all, but why for 3? Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train right alongside us. Huh? I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care. Oh no. It'll be great, Nick. We're going to do the special course naturally. Huh? He's so confused. That's a great idea after all, Mr. Nick. You'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right? We'll have a nice big meal right before we come next time, right, Nick? You know, I was just wondering if I can just say one little thing. Sure, of course you can. Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it. I'm getting goosebumps too. Well then, here goes nothing. Oh. He objects, though the last thing he says is an objection. Oh goodness. I'll really have to work extra hard now. Master Crane and the office manager of Wright and Co. law offices. And I have to be a good big sister to Pearl and Nick too. A big sister to Nick, oh my god. Well, as long as I'm not locked up or captured or something like that again. On either of those. Constantly. My god. But, oh man. We did good. Now we do have an extra hour to the stream. After this, so it's true. Mr. Nick really is Mystic Maya's knight in shining armor. He went through with the special course all the way to the end. Actually, I heard there's this legendary extra special ultra course here too. I think I'll surprise the 2 of them by making them a secret reservation. Wait, what benefit does Nick get from that? Because it's not like he's a spirit medium. It's just endurance training. At that point, no? Maggie bought me a brand new coat as a present. I feel 10 years younger. I'll never take it off. Yes, but somehow you just don't seem the same. Yeah, honestly, I guess a dirty, shabby old overcoat is just more detective-like, sir. Yeah, it looks weird being all clean and new. But yeah, no, we're gonna see it through the credits and all of, like, the, you know, mid-credits scenes and stuff, but no, we get to start something new next week. It's gonna be great. I even got to see Miss Von Karma, who I hadn't seen for almost a year. She taught me how to use a whip and said that I must show you what I've learned. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Nope. This game is really more about the face than Phoenix. Or at least this one is, yeah. Armando is cut it out, please. Oh my god. Wait, they've become crime fighters. We also sell plants as a criminal. Oh my god. Oh my god, they became superheroes. Oh no. But yeah, so honestly, depending on how long the credits take, we might just end early. I want to show my appreciation to Mr. Wright for exterminating Don Tigre. So I lent him $500,000 in a tea set. A special thick tea, one I mixed with my own 2 hands. Ma'am, absolutely not. I bet he's drinking it now. Win through compromise. Absolutely not. No, he probably threw the tea in the garbage. If I had to guess. But yeah, no, honestly, like, Nick is just, like, the eyes through which we watch the world revolve around us. And yeah, no, honestly, in this case, it was the phase because, you know, Mia's his mentor. Her sister is, you know, his sidekick. Along with Pearl, of course, but it's mostly Maya. As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We've hired a new programmer to replace Glenn. Amazing. I do hope everyone will get along. His name is Adam. Oh my god. They're all anagrams. Oh, not anagrams. Palindromes. There we go. But yeah. We get to relax now. No more problem solving with this kind of... Since the murder, we've made so much money, I hardly know what to do. I think the magazines like us because I provide such a nice visual, especially in spring. I can hardly wait for Iris to come back. I don't think Iris is coming back, ma'am. At least not for a long time. Yeah, no. Let's see. You've turned into such a respectable man, Feeny. Oh my god. It was so sweet of you and everyone else to come and visit me here the other day. Of course, I was happy that you constantly had your eyes on me, but I felt kind of bad when the little one slapped you so hard you got a nosebleed. But yeah, so we're gonna have to figure out what we're going to do next. I kind of want to do a couple short ones. Jeez, thanks, Nick. Don't object. Phoenix Wright. Oh. The voice actor for the objection. Oh my god. Wow. We actually get to know who their voice actors are. I mean, it makes sense, but... Yeah, so let's see. Well, this is going. I'm gonna grab Steep. My god, Godot, don't interrupt me while I'm going and looking up things. Sir. How dare you? Objection! Hi, Francisca. Let's see. Objection! My god. What an objection. Disgusting. Alright, let's see. I'm like trying to find my list of mystery games. I really should reorganize these. Oh my goodness. There they are. Alright. So. I'll probably put it to a poll, I think, for next week. What we're going to do. Like, I have a couple shorter ones that I actually want to do. Stuff like Close to the Sun. I think the other one that I was thinking of was Lucifer Within Us. There was another one that I was talking about with someone, but I can't remember what it was. Those are like some of the shorter ones. Lucifer Within Us. I don't have it through Steam. I think I got it through like itch.io. So I don't know exactly how long it is, but I want to say we'll probably finish it in like a single sitting. It wasn't that, you know, long. I know Close to the Sun is very short because the last time I played it was like 4 years ago, and that was only like five-ish hours. So we'll probably achievement hunt that one since I have played it before. And that's mostly a puzzle game anyway. Let's see. But yeah, and we do have some longer ones. Like LOA Noir is not really a mystery game per se, but it does technically fit the bill. We also have some others that are going to wind up kind of as options, and then we'll just kind of pick up with something, with whatever wins. But yeah, so what would you guys? So LA Noir has driving I could judge you on. Yeah, especially since I'm pretty sure if you don't follow driving law, you actually can get in trouble. So like if you like run red lights or something like that, or like you speed in LA Noir, you can actually get like in trouble with the cops. Or something like that. Or maybe I'm mixing it up with like a different game. But I always found that kind of funny, to be perfectly honest. That it actually bothers to track that. But yeah, so let's see. We've got like an hour left to stream. So honestly, let's just fill in the blank with something. It's been a while since we've done like variety gaming on the channel, because we usually try to keep it on topic, but I don't really have anything that'll fit like an hour. So let me go and snag, I think, Power Wash Sim, probably, because there's no more Phoenix Raid. Goodbye, sirs. But yeah, so here, let me grab Power Wash Sim, because apparently there's a new Muckingham files. I think I did start one of them. I don't know how many scenarios there are, but it should be plenty to fill the hour. Assuming I can get it to sync with the Steam cloud. Yeah, for whatever reason, Power Wash Sim does not like to sync, and it is absolutely bizarre. So let me get it through to the menu. Come on, Power Wash Sim, there we go. Power Wash Sim, you gonna... Oh, we should probably... There we go. Da-da-da-da. Update the game, and yeah, so capturing Power Wash Sim can be a little fussy, so 1 second. There it is. Is it actually going to capture? Yes, there we go. Let's see. I usually play with like the audio down, so let's crank this up so we can actually hear it. Let's see, Muckingham Files Part 3. You know what, let's just oh no, we'll restart it. Actually, yeah. But yeah, welcome to the sudden instance. Oh, I should probably see about changing games here. Da, 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 da. Power Wash 2022 probably? Yeah, there we go. But yeah, so yeah, we're just gonna vibe. Or actually, you know what? I think that might be too loud. But yeah, I think we're just gonna vibe for the rest of it. That's not what I want. Options. There we go. Da, da, da. Yeah. I don't know why there's like no actual music in Power Wash Sim. So actually, you know what? Let me grab... Where's Pretzel? Where's Pretzel? It's been so long since I've used Pretzel. Pretzel, you gonna do the thing? You gonna... No? Cool. Thanks, Pretzel. Pretzel is so helpful. Yeah, so I guess we're going at Power Wash Sim with absolutely no music whatsoever. Which, it's fine. Let's just relax. Just chill. After probably one of the hardest cases I think I've ever done. I think the only mystery harder than that, I think, was probably Return of the Obra Dinn, which, if you haven't seen the playthrough for it, well, one, if you haven't played, go play it first before you ever go and look it up online, because it is very much worth experiencing. The heck, this isn't Phoenix Wright. Yeah, we actually finished. We finished Phoenix Wright an hour early. So we're power wash simming instead because I don't have a mystery game that'll only take an hour. I mean, theoretically speaking, we could probably achievement hunt Return of the Obra Dinn, actually. Phoenix lost his job. Phoenix lost his job. He power washes now. Hilarious trash is steaming pile of trash. Yeah, he is. But yeah, no. Like, technically speaking, honestly, at one point, we could probably finish achievement hunting Return of the Obra Dinn if people want to check that out. Without actually spoiling the actual, like, solution to the puzzle. But the thing is that, like, Return of the Obra Dinn 1 is hard to stream, because the graphics don't play very nice with the, with modern encoders. Because they're not really designed for, whatever, I forget precisely what the graphics were called. Because I don't think they're called 1-bit graphics, but, like, they are very, like, it's basically, like, 2 colors, and that's all the graphics are for Obra Dinn. 2 colors. A light color and a dark color, and then very skillful pixel art is used to make it look like more. It's very cool looking, but it does not stream very well. But yeah, so if you don't mind spoilers, or don't intend to play it yourself, I do actually have a playlist. Do I own House Flipper? I do not, actually. My comfy, cozy game similar to that is this one, Power Wash Sim. I've been wanting to, like, play House Flipper. I just haven't gone around to it. But yeah, so we have actually, like I said, we actually have done Return of the Obra Dinn on the channel before. This reminds me I need to power wash my deck. You should. Here, let me grab... Yeah, let me actually go and grab the link. For anyone who wants it, the link to the time we played Return of the Obra Dinn. 1 second. Because that should still be public. And if it's not... Oh, yep, there it is. So, Return of the Obra Dinn. That's not what I wanted. It was very hard to actually... Okay, so here is the playlist for where we played Return of the Obra Dinn last. For those of you who either A, don't mind spoilers, or 2, like, B, never plan. You know what, Jess? Swear to God. But yeah, basically only look through that playlist and watch the streams if you do not plan on playing the game yourself, because I always heard it's one of those games you should play first and then look up online later, and I am inclined to agree. There's a lot of games where I don't care about spoilers. Return of the Obra Dinn was definitely one where I agreed. Jez just missed Francisca's whip, yeah, and also apparently Francisca telling the assistant lady who now works at the department store to show us what she learned with the whip, and I was just like, oh heck nah. No, the whip lady needs to go for abuse. Oh no. But yeah, so Return of the Oberdin probably won't make a return to the channel unless I like make a standalone video for it, which I do kind of want to do, and kind of like explore how it presents its mystery. And I'll probably like do an achievement hunt run of it specifically for that, just because I don't want to like spoil the actual answers to the puzzle while I'm also spoiling the story. Like, half the people in that game deserve some jail. Yeah. A good chunk of that game is just straight to jail. Do not pass go. Do not collect 200. Do not collect $200. Thank you, Razor Central. I do not care that you are running, because I did not summon you. And anyway, what was I saying? I think I was talking about Return of the Oberdin. How do I feel about zombie apocalypse games? I do like zombie apocalypses, actually. I don't know if I'll stream them. Like, unless people really want, like, a variety day or something like that. Because, honestly, this time, like, I know under the purple-haired goober we did, like, you know, variety games. More or less exclusively once we stopped playing Town of Salem. Like, once Town of Salem's kind of fell off the menu, as it were. But, like, this time around, I kind of don't want to do variety games. Unless it's, like, to fill in time like this. Because we had an entire hour left to the stream, and I was like, I'm not gonna cancel that early. Like, I'm not against, like, you know, half an hour early, 15 minutes early, 10 minutes early, whatever. But, like, a full hour, I was like, nah, fam. We'll just chill. I'm friends with the people behind one of the bigger Roblox zombie games, and they hate me because sometimes because I hate zombie games? Really? Honestly, I never would have expected you to hate zombie games, to be perfectly honest, Wood. I more figured they would have hated you for pointing out, like, their bad wood grain or something. If there were more of us, I'd suggest a game where you're the monarch and we, the audience, are trying to overthrow you and take the throne for ourselves. I feel like there is a game for that. Like, I feel like that's a thing. Oh, they hate me for that also. Okay. Fair. Yeah, I don't think. What game is it? By the way. Just out of curiosity, so I can look into it. The name escapes me. Okay. Is it? Okay. If I went and, like, browsed your Steam profile, because I know we're friends on Steam, would I be able to find it there? I just don't get why zombie games lack player cooperation. Yeah, because a lot of the times, if it's, like, multiplayer, it's always, like, people against each other and not, like, actually... Well, actually, no, I take it back. There's a lot of, like, the mobile ones have a lot of cooperation, but, the problem is that they also wind up having a lot of, like, inter save zone, like, conflict. It's in there somewhere. Good to know. Oh my god. There we go. I don't know why hitting control like 3 times that fast to crouch makes that white circle. It's very annoying. No, because they always start out as PvE and then down... Exactly. It always winds up being like safe zone against safe zone for no discernible reason. Like, why can't everyone just play along, like, get along? Now, I will say there is a murder mystery cozy farm sim out there somewhere. I forget the name of it, but I kind of want to play it for the channel. Looks at Left 4 Dead 2. True. It is the zombie apocalypse game, co-op. No one works against each other. Zombies always get nerfed, so the only thing that you have to fear are players, not zombies. Yeah, honestly, the only one that I can think of is Left 4 Dead 2, but, like, the mode but like any mode where you're not like up against like a actual person playing the zombies. Although at that point they're playing zombies, not like other survivors, so it still probably fits your bill, actually, now that I think about it. Yeah, and obviously we are not finishing like Power Wash Sims new update on the stream. And I can't even guarantee I'll like stream the end of this, to be perfectly honest. This is literally just filler, but I do like Power Wash Sim. It's a nice kind of fill for streams. Alright, let's go. What is up with this floor? I hate this floor so much. Why are you like this? There we go. Cute little coral touch tank right at the entrance. I don't know why you have coral in your touch tank, but whatever. Remember, kids, do not touch the coral, you will murder it. Or at least don't touch it by, like, the pretty part. There's a co-op zombie game I have that I should show you sometime. Ooh, yes. What's it called? If you happen to remember the name. It could be fake coral? I mean, it could be. But I feel like having fake coral in your touch tank is still a bad idea because it, like, doesn't teach people not to touch coral. Sir, I have no idea. It's in my Steam library. Fair. I will have to go and check your Steam library. Although you might have to remind me to go and check. Oh lord. You? There we go. I'm glad I'm not the only one that has no idea what is in my Steam library. Oh yeah, no. Every single time I go to, like, figure out, like, all of my mystery games, I have to, like, scroll that. Every single time, because I can never remember what I actually have. Or I can just do it myself. I mean, you could. But I'm trying to say you don't have to, technically, unless you want to. I have over 300 games, why would I remember them all? Also true. Like, I've had Steam since you could buy the orange box in stores. Like, I have so many games in there that finding any one particular one is kind of a nightmare. Not without, like, searching or, like, the category feature. Yes, I have had my Steam account since, like, the dawn of time, practically. Since the ye olden days of early Steam. Or some of them. Steam says I'm at 500. I don't even want to... You know what? I'm probably going to regret this. Okay, I'm only at 348. Okay, I feel better. It would probably be higher if I hadn't, like, returned some of them. Because I know there's a couple, like, in recent memory that I don't refund Steam games very often. But there's been, like, 2, I think, that I've refunded that I can think of. Like, one of them, like, straight up didn't run. And then the other one was just, like, bad. Which reminds me. I should really... I never actually got around to... so I got, what is it? Steam, where are you? Yeah, speaking of, if anyone knows how to get Dead Rising to work on Steam, let me know. Because I've been wanting to play, which is the only reason I haven't returned it. Well, why I never returned it within the period. But, like, I can't figure out how to get it to run on Steam. So if anyone happens to know, let me know. Let's see what's going on. Yeah. Lord. Okay, fine. I don't think I've ever returned a game. Honestly, fair. Like, I don't... There's, like, even if I haven't, like, played a game, like, a bunch, unless it's, like, really, like, not worth, like, ever going back to, like, I usually hold on to it just in case, like, the mood strikes. There's so much dirt. And the wild thing is that I would bet dollars to donuts some of this is actually technically algae. My god, there's so much plastic. I'm not surprised, but I am disappointed. So much plastic. This one's clean, this one's clean. This barrier is dirty from the back. The one game I think I would have returned was from before Steam refunds, yeah. Yup. Yeah, it turns, yeah, as much as people complain about the Steam return policy, it used to actually be worse. This bus driver keeps slamming on the gas and the brakes. My dude learned how to slow down. Oh, I hate when people drive like that. Oh my god. It's like, do not speed up if you are going to just be stopping or slowing down that soon. Just chill. You will get to where you're going. Honestly, at that point, I'd say, like, report the bus driver to, like, the bus company. No, you have to get to the red light faster. There's no point getting to the red light faster. Especially since it's, like, a bus. Like, there's no point. It's going to be relatively slow compared to a car anyway. Come on. Accurate, though. Yeah, that's, like, the unfortunate part. Is like, that's insanely accurate. The number of trucks I run into who do that, oh my god. It's like, you are a tractor trailer. You should not be doing this. You should know better. There's a light in our house that is up a hill, and I know the light timing, so I never brake. I just coast up the hill to a stop. Oh my god. And everyone just rides my tailgate? Oh my god. That is awful. Like, congratulations on, like, knowing the light timing, but, like, everyone else, straight to prison. Walks into the exhibit with dirty shoes. Wow, this looks great. To be fair, it's not like you'd ever know that there was, you know, dirt being tracked in with how much dirt was already here. Like, I like to imagine that we, like, clean our boots and stuff, like, before we actually go and do all this. That one's good, that one's good, that's... Ooh. This wall is dirty from this side. There we go. Alright. Entrance is good. Yeah. Oh. Nope. Ceiling. I'm specifically already walking where you've already cleaned. You menace. You menace, how could you? Getting dirt all over my beautifully clean aquarium. The horror. The absolute horror. Why do you do this? Why do you do this? Spills drink. Get out. Get out of my get out of my aquarium. Leave, be gone. I just cleaned that. I mean, you like power washing. I'm just helping you have more fun. Okay, fair. True, and the longer we take, the more we get paid. So, you know. It's a win-win all around. I get to power wash more, I get paid more, you know. As it should be. There we go. The worst part of power washing in real life is dealing with the dirty water. Yeah. I've seen enough carpet cleaning videos to know that the dirty water is a menace. Oh, so that's cute. It's a light, but it's in the shape of a seahorse. Clever. Alright. The Crab Bay Marine Life Conservation Center was opened in 1904 by local benefactor Bell and Frop. I'm going to ignore that joke. Legend has it it was inspired by his tearful daughter who found a 5-legged crab on the beach and demanded something be done. Careful, say not enough and you'll summon Batman. True. Fair enough. We don't want Batman here. No Batman here. Whatever the real reason, Phil's money kept the place going for the first 20 years or so. Only 20 years? That makes sense, I guess, because aquariums are expensive. If anything, for the saltwater alone, oh lord. Maintaining saltwater is... It's not hard, but it is very expensive. May you not get a saltwater aquarium without being independently wealthy. Batman smashes through the wall. You have to fix it. I know, and I don't want to fix the wall. I am a power washer, not a carpenter. Also, if he crashes through the wall of the bar, my insurance is not going to cover that. Like, at all. It does not cover vigilante justice. It should, but it doesn't. Alright, there we go. Beautiful. Tunnel 4. Oh my god, it just keeps going. Oh, so that's where the ladder is. Okay, cool. Alright, and there is the change in the floor. Okay, cool. Tunnel rock floor. Okay. This is where it transitions from tunnel to rock. Okay, cool. We're just going to take care of this, and we'll come back for the rest of it later. Kool-Aid Man smashes through the wall and spills fruit punch everywhere. Oh my god. Okay. The Kool-Aid Man will have to clean that up because I do not deal in fruit punch. I do not deal in fruit punch. He will have to take care of that himself.
I'm sorry. What is that? Oh, maybe it's glass. Yeah, I think it's glass. I think that's an exhibit. Okay. Oh, we'll actually have to... Whee! Okay, cool. Da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da. Alright, so I think we'll do these exhibits first. Aw. I like seahorses. They're cute. The fact that there's still animals in here, and it's this filthy. What on earth? How does this place even work? How is this place even still open? So confused. Oh, that's slick. It's the same exhibit. Just 2 different holes. Whee. Alright, let's get this taken care of. Alright, good. I just pictured an unruly child dumping Kool-Aid in a fish tank because they think the fish will like it. Honestly, I would not be surprised. You know what? As soon as I said it, yeah, I regretted it instantly. As soon as I said it, I knew. I saw that coming. Alright, so what's in here? More seahorses? Okay. Oh, okay, a clownfish. More clownfish. Any enemies? The fact they sell Kool-Aid in stores in bottle form with sugar and then sell the packets without sugar as sugar-free should be a crime. Oh my god, Jez. Why are you like this? Okay, this is a crime. This is a crime. Clownfish with no anemones? Straight to prison. Straight to prison. Just be happy I behaved myself on this account. You know what? Fair. 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 Fair enough. Although I will say that's a little frightening. Not gonna lie. Oh no. Absolutely not, sir. Get out. I just like teasing them. You do. You absolutely do. My god. What am I doing? My god. Honestly, if chat wasn't bullies, you know, would I really be a streamer? Let's be real here. Eee. There we go. Beautiful. Sir, are you saltwater safe? I don't think you are. Is this gnome saltwater safe? This is a really bad aquarium. It really is. We have clownfish with no anemones. We have a random gnome that may or may not be saltwater safe. Work kicked my ass. My legs are tired. Honestly, I honestly, long days at work are some of the worst. I hate them so much. Hopefully you get to relax when you get home. You don't have like a bunch of stuff to do. Okay.
Beautiful. More seahorses with like nothing to grab onto, but then again, I don't actually think they're in the business of reproducing these seahorses. I don't know why you're surprised the aquarium sucks. Have you seen the dirt? True. I'm not really surprised, but I am disappointed deeply. I did a 13-hour day yesterday, got home at 5:30 a.m., slept for 5 hours, and did 4 hours of lawn work today. Sir, have you considered, like, sleeping in? Relaxing? Not doing, like, 6 million hours of, like, random work? No. Have you considered changing that to a yes? Also, I can't put this down just anywhere. Oh, I forgot about that. I hate everything. I made the mistake of picking up the ladder. Alright. What? Oh. Oh. This goes to the exhibit. Wow. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. Oh, that's slick. That's slick. I'm just gonna. Oh, that's cool. And then there's like designs on the glass that move as you like go past. Oh, that's slick. That's slick. Yeah, no, Wood. Honestly, one of these days, you are going to, like, wreck yourself. And you are going to have to learn to rest. Because, my god, sir, you are an overachiever of the highest order. This is my rest time while working on my other screen. Fine. Fine. The tri-tip, my beloved. Alright. Tunnel ceiling, tunnel wall. Okay, so the light blue is definitively ceiling. Okay. Okay. So you can just kind of bounce between them because it's not like there's like a super definitive ridge. Okay. Let's see. Alright, actually, you can just make one. That's fine. There we go, and then this should be the tunnel wall, yeah. And beautiful. Beautiful. Alright. What is going on with this one? Oh, okay. I see. Come on. There we go. Make us even further from the ceiling. I love this power wash nozzle, but like, my god, is it like touchy about like how far you are from a particular surface if it's going to actually like work the best? Because like if you're too close, it's just like, Lamau, here, have some lines. It's like, no, I want like a cohesive like front like that. I was like, look at that, it's beautiful ish. A little scraggly on the edges, but you know what? We can fix that. We have the technology. Bam. Like it was never even there. Alright, so let's clear this up. The spitting nozzle is the goat. Oh, this one? I actually don't like that one. I actually prefer the triple tip over the spitting nozzle. I mean, in real life, the spitting nozzle is probably the best, but like, the dead space nozzle. Yes, the dead space nozzle is the best one in Power Wash Sim. In real life, I will give you the the spinning one. Oh, speaking of, one of these days I'm gonna have to like get brave and go back to Dead Space. Because like it's in my Steam library. I bought it specifically because I wanted to play it because it looks very good. And I am just a coward who can barely get into the game. I think I've gotten, let's see, how many hours do I have in Dead Space? I have 2.5 hours in Dead Space. 2.5. Because I'm too coward to make it very far. And I can almost guarantee you, those 2.5 hours are like barely into the game because like, one, I'm a coward, so I move very slowly through horror games. I think I need to do the same with BioShock. BioShock is very good. Honestly, for like Halloween this year, I might actually do BioShock on the channel just for the holiday, because I don't really have any like horror themed mystery games, like proper mystery games. There's like arguments, there's like some that have like horror elements, but like most of it is like creepy. Although I could do Danganronpa actually for Halloween if I don't do it before that, because that's pretty scary, just in general. It's a killing game, so. See, my thing isn't the horror, it was more I wasn't good at first-person shooters then, and the design was a bit dated. Yeah. No, the original BioShock is a little special. I will give it that. I will give you that, yeah. But yeah, no, honestly, BioShock 2 specifically, like, I didn't mind BioShock 1, but BioShock 2 is, like, my beloved. Mostly because I prefer the hacking in BioShock 2 to what it is in BioShock 1. Because that pipe minigame can go and kiss my ass, honestly. So, anyway, where was I? But yeah, no, honestly, BioShock 1, I liked it. Not my favorite, but I liked it. BioShock 2, my beloved. BioShock Infinite, honestly, it's not bad. It just loses a lot of the, like, they traded a lot of the atmosphere for, like, a different kind of horror. And, you know, it's not bad, but, like, it just doesn't feel the same. Because it's still very much a horror game. It's just not, you know, the horror that you really instantly associate with BioShock. Mostly because they wanted to explore, like, a different, you know, a different social commentary than what they were doing originally. From what I hear, Burial at Sea was wonderful, though. I do actually need to play that. But yeah. Let's see. What time is it? 7:50, I think. It's like I don't have my glasses on because, like, full disclosure, like, the model doesn't work great if I wear my glasses. So, like, I don't wear them. And normally, like, I have a clock that's nice and big on my Stream Deck, but for whatever reason, it didn't want to load any of my clocks. So, I'm trying to, like, read the one on my computer monitor, and it's not going very well. So can someone in Eastern Standard Time please confirm what time it is for me. Because I can't read. It's too small. Granted, my 2-play game list is in the triple digits. Fair. 751. Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, so we're just gonna do what we can and then head at it. 2:50 p.m. You know what, Jez? You know what? You menace. We are in the same time zone, you nut. Whee. Oh my god, okay. Let's get along here. You love my terrible jokes. I do. I do. I do. They are very groan worthy. But you know, that's what makes them so good. Anyway. Alright. I was tempted to say like 7:35 since that would have been believable. Well, the thing is that I could kind of make out what it said. So I was just trying to confirm that it was in fact that I was close. So if you had said 7:35, I would have been like, are you sure? Because it's like, I'm blind, but I'm not that blind. Alright. Nice, 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 nice. I'm assuming that's an employees only sign above the store. Restricted access, close enough. Hey. Yeah, and we'll get the rest of that when we go in there. That's fine. The ceiling bit is also fine. Dun, 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 dun. What is this? I'm assuming this is an advertisement for like aquarium rules. Oh, nope. Display information. Crab Bay ecology. Amazing. Is this another panel of Crab Bay ecology? Gonna laugh. Oh, nope. It's about a submarine. A research initiative? Oh, wow. Alright, let's get this cleaned up now that we can actually read the boards. Amazing. Cool. Lovely. There we go. Oh, it's a manta ray. Oh, these are lights. Okay. Light, light, light. Light, light. Okay. Ceiling. Alright, we'll just have to be a little careful, but let's get this floor cleaned up. I think a few jellyfish would be great to improve this aquarium. Agreed. Jellyfish are like... I love jellyfish. They're such bizarre creatures. But like, I love them dearly. They are just goofy little lads. Some of them are very dangerous, but they are still, you know,
Just goofy little lads. I am personally fond of eels. No, they are peak lads. Hi, jellies. How are you? Also, lion's manes ain't little. Yeah, no, they're huge. My god. Lion's manes are huge. There's a few others that are also very sizable, if memory serves. I just don't remember what they are. I want to say they're related to the lion's mane, but, like, I don't remember what they're called. And it's going to bother me forever, by the way. Alright, this fence. Numeros are pretty big. I don't think that's what I'm thinking of, though, is the thing. It's going to bother me forever. It's kind of frilly. What is it? As if I would know what the scientific name is. Phantom jelly? I don't know. Let's see. The giant. Oh, yeah. I mean, these lads are massive. I like these guys. They look like they're made out of velvet. They are goofy lads. I love them dearly. The king jelly. I hear king jellies are very good for, like, sandwiches. You know, for jellyfish jelly. And this is, and this is where jellies just kills me for making SpongeBob jokes. But anyway, you're a monster. There it is. There it is. Although, to be fair, jellies. Right. Arguably, the horns would make me a monster, yes. So, I am inclined to agree. Alright, let's get the seam between the ceiling and the wall cleaned up. I still hold the belief that you're God, but sure. My god. Well, I mean, there's some pretty monstrous gods out there. Aren't there? Right? Also, how did we ever... I always forget you have horns because they blend in with the background? Yeah. Let's see. Can I reach the game? No? Heck. I was gonna say, if I lean over really far, can I get... No. Yeah, but monster is a different classification. Fair. Also, why do people think I'm a god anyway? Like, I don't remember how that started. I don't agree with it, but, like, why? How? That's gonna just wind up being one of the eternal mysteries, to be perfectly honest. Unfortunately, Phil went bust in 1927, and custodianship of the Marine Life Center was transferred to local entrepreneur Wilberforce Thrust. It appears from looking through historical financial transactions that Thrust's primary interest was in making a quick buck from selling the center's prize exhibits. Oof. Well, I do it because you specifically said you weren't. Fair. Like 7 different people have independently decided I'm a god. Mood! Public interest disappeared along with the turtles, and the center quickly went into decline. Ah. Wow. Sad. But yeah, no, it's like, I don't remember how... Like, no, there's people who, like, call me a god, and it's like, where did you all come to this conclusion? Now, obviously, some of them are trolling me like jellies. But, like, the rest of them, I can't decide if they're joking, or if, like, and they're just, like, really committed to the bit, or if they're serious.
I could probably find the origin point, if not for, you know, yeah. One time was because I dragged a 30-foot tree through a forest for firewood. I'm sorry, you did what? What the? What on earth? Sir, what? What? Do you have a blue ox as a pet as well? I know, right? I was about to say. Oh, God. Alright. So, I just realized it is 8 o'clock. So. Oh, that's right, my stream deck's not working. Love this! 1 second, y'all. So, I was in Boy Scouts, and the Scoutmaster said, bring back the biggest piece of firewood you can. Well, you certainly understood the assignment. I don't think that's what they meant, but like, you certainly understood the assignment. My God. But yeah, so I found as firewood, let's see. So I found a spire tree that was like 30 feet long and like 9 inches in diameter and dragged it back. My God. So you were younger when you did this. Yeah. That's like, wood just gets, like, I swear, the wood reviewer lore just gets more and more wild. My God. Honestly, this right here is a mystery. I still could. Sir, my God. That, I'm not surprised in the slightest. I am not surprised in the slightest, to be perfectly honest. But anyway, so unfortunately the time has come to speak of many things now. Good poem, but not what I was going for. Also, more puzzle and less mystery, but have you seen the game Lingo? Like, Okay, so when you say Lingo, I just think of the game show that eventually led to Wordle. I am assuming that's not what you mean. No, the Steam game. Okay. It's a first-person... it's still a word puzzle! Haha! Wait. Will it show me the words? Will it show me the format of the puzzle? No! Okay, so Lingo is a first-person word puzzle game with a large abstract world to explore with its epiphany-driven gameplay and impossible geometry. Lingo provides a unique and non-linear experience. Similar to games you've played, Return of the Obra Dinn. I'm intrigued. Part of the game is discovering the rules of the game. Okay, yeah, I'm intrigued. Here, I'll wishlist it. Not 100% sure we'll stream it, because it is more of a puzzle game than anything else. If we keep distracting them, stream will never end. Keep going! No, I need to go get food! No. Okay, so, my God, my poor Steam wishlist is like 138 things. And most of them are mystery games. Like House of Caravan, Rusty Lake Hotel. One time I broke an axe handle, I'm not surprised. Across kiloparsecs. Oh, what have you done, fathers? Only $6? Oh, but it's only 20% off. I want to see if it will go lower. Because I'm a menace. Cutting wood reasonable, yeah. Yeah, what have we done? What have you done, Father? One of these days, I will actually, like, get that off my wish list and actually, like, play it for stream. Because that's going to be interesting. I know what it sounds like, but basically it's, according to the Steam page, it is considered a psychological horror thriller noir mystery game. Reasonable, bye. But yeah, but it's apparently a dark murder mystery game combined with a visual novel revolving around a disturbing plot. Embark on the frightening adventure of a young priest entangled in a forbidden affair with a beautiful lady who meets a gruesome end, lust, wrath, murder, despair. It sounds like it's interesting. I will say the thumbnail that they picked for the Steam page, not the best. I don't think not the best. But it does sound interesting, and I do look forward to playing it. But I don't yet own it. 1 year. I need to find some stupid mystery game for you. Honestly, good luck finding one that I have not already heard of. To be perfectly honest, because the last time mystery games had a genre sale on Steam, I went through and wishlisted a bunch. Like, the vast majority of my wishlist came from the mystery game genre sale. The last one that came through Steam. Because I knew I wasn't in the market for most of them, but I wanted to see what all Steam had, and that was the easiest way to find them all. So I went and added like 50 to 100 things to my game. Shadows of Doubt. I actually have Shadows of Doubt. I actually tried streaming it. The problem is I'm going to have to either get a stronger computer, or I'm going to have to wait for them to optimize it more. Because the last time I tried to stream it, it ran like a slideshow. Because it was just doing too many calculations in the back, and it was fighting my CPU for, like, it was fighting over, like, all of the streaming stuff for my CPU. Because on top of, like, OBS being a CPU hog, I also have, you know, the teal-haired Uber here. Between those two things, CPU can run a little better or worse than Tears of the Kingdom. I liked it better than Tears of the Kingdom. Oh, like, as far as how well it runs, worse. Because, so, to put it into perspective, the problem with Shadows of Doubt, last I heard, so, it takes place in a city, and it's calculating what every single citizen, NPC, in the game is doing at any given time, constantly in the background. And that's on top of, you know, calculating witnesses, whatever the killer is doing, all the side cases. Now, granted, those might not actually generate until you accept them. That sounds sufficient, yeah. Well, to be fair, Shadows of Doubt is an immersive sim, right? So, it makes sense for it to be doing all these calculations in the back, because that's how you get a very accurate simulation. And that's how you get a more responsive world, because it's constantly doing all of these calculations. All these NPCs are making a bunch of decisions based off what is going on around them. So it makes sense, but the problem is that it makes it very hard to stream. It will run great in 3 to 4 generations of CPUs. Yeah. So the problem, yeah, so basically the problem is that they sacrificed optimization for simulation accuracy, which for your average immersive sim player, perfectly fine. But the problem is that as the game gets more complex, because they've also added new killer types, new like NPC behaviors, refined existing NPC behaviors, stuff like that. They've made all these changes to the game, so those calculations grow in number and also get more complex. My stalling worked, by the way. Oh, you menace! You absolute menace. So it's getting less and less optimized in the sake of accuracy, and so eventually something's going to give, because eventually the simulation is just going to get too difficult for anyone to play it. Let's actually, before we go, I want to see how they're doing with that, actually. What's the last update? Let's see. So they added controller support. Cool. Let's see. Bunch of fan art. Oh, so they're in one update, they added snipers and other long range killers. And they actually included screenshots of someone's case where they discovered that the victim that they were investigating was shot at like a really bizarre angle from like a building across the street, and it basically went through 2 walls and murdered them on the toilet. It seems to have gone through a window, through a wall, and then into their like skull or something, which is mind-boggling, but like, lord. But yeah, so... Oh yeah, no, and like... Okay, yeah. It looks like the simulation has gotten more complex in more recent updates. Oop. Let's see, so they added new television shows, dynamically driven and different each time, so that means that the game is doing calculations based off of, you know, which TV show has it already shown, are you in proximity of a TV, is that TV on? My god. New citizen conversations notes females. Actually, that's not too bad, because except for the conversations, because those are going to be calculated at some point. And of course, it has to generate notes females and evidence based off what's going on around it. So again, that causes issues. Although apparently it is, however, they have fixed a memory leak, or have worked on fixing a memory leak. They've been working on the memory footprint optimizations too, so, you know, that's always nice. They've also fixed a bunch of bugs. And they've, you know, improved some other stuff. So I'm hoping that means that the game has gotten more playable. Especially on lower end devices. Sounds like the TV is better than TV nowadays, I know, right? But yeah, no, honestly, eventually I do want to go back to streaming. Like, I do want to go back and try streaming Shadows of Doubt at some point. One last game / doll. Have you seen Crypt Master? I don't think so. Let me see. No, I have not. Let's see. See anything in this bizarre dungeon adventure where words control everything? Fill in the blanks with text or voice to uncover lost abilities, embark on strange quests, and solve mind-bending riddles. Can you conquer the crypt and uncover the mystery at the heart of Crypt Master? Huh. This game doesn't look like other things you've played in the past. Huh. Well, it looks interesting. I'm gonna wishlist it. I don't know if I'll stream it, but it does look... It does look interesting. Oop. The art style especially looks fascinating. But yeah, no, I don't know if I'll stream it, but it definitely... I'll keep an eye on it, to be perfectly honest. Because it looks fascinating. But yeah, so, for next week, I'm not entirely sure what we're going to play. I kind of want to do something shorter, definitely want to do something that's not necessarily super well known, just because we just did a whole bunch. It has some stupid stuff in it. Oh no. Because we've just did like a whole slew of Phoenix Wright. And Ace Attorney is, you know, very well known as far as like mystery games / visual novels go. And it's typing based. Yeah, that's fine. I can type, I can spell, in theory. So we'll figure something out. I probably will put like a short list of potential games up as a poll over the weekend. But since it's, you know, Friday, I don't know, I might just pick something. Whatever it is, it's probably going to be short, so maybe like a stream or two, and then we'll be picking something else. And then after we've done, you know, some less known stuff, we'll probably go back to, you know, something well known, like maybe LA Noire, Danganronpa, let's see what else. Return to Monkey Island. would be very solid as well. I've heard very good things about it. I never played the original, so I look forward to playing that as well. But yeah, no, honestly, we've got like a lot of games in the list. Some of them are more well known than others, but we're going to play all of them and then see how good they are. Especially some of the less known ones. So yeah, so I hope y'all had a good time. I know I did, and I look forward to seeing folks next week for whatever it is we're playing. Turns out it's going to be a mystery. Bye. So take care, everyone. Have a good weekend. See you soon. Bye. I can't stop streaming. I miss my stream deck. Laters.